Well, we get it rolling on the Krueger Show after a rough Warrior loss at the Crypto, whatever they want to call it there. Lakers beat the Warriors tonight. Lonnie Walker came of age in the fourth quarter. He had a huge fourth quarter. Warriors could not get it done. No help from Poole. Klay Thompson was awful at the end. And the Warriors lose this one to the Lakers. The Warriors are down 3-1. 104-101 was the final. Game 5, maybe the end of the season, maybe the end of the run for the Warriors is Wednesday at Chase Center. And we get it rolling on the Krueger Show, brought to you by Pig and a Pickle. Check them out. 2 locations. They're in Emeryville. They're in Corte Madera. They're open 7 days a week in Marin from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And they're open Wednesday through Sunday in Emeryville. Pig and a Pickle, the best barbecue in all of Northern California. All right, we get it rolling tonight on the panel to get us rolling. Sean Proctor stops by in the middle square there. Carl Foster up top. Carl, good to see you. Frank Red on the bottom there. Danny Coach Emilio as well, checking in from a 55 and over community in the greater Arizona area. And we are going to check in at some point with Cyrus Satsis. I would imagine JD is probably going to go way too late tonight to reach us because I don't know that I got more than an hour in me tonight. This one, guys, is tough to stomach in so many ways. Steph Curry was brilliant, and the pick and roll in the first half really bothered the Lakers. Just my quick thoughts before I throw it to you guys. I thought Golden State, came out. They started GP2. GP2 threw up in his mouth at one point and had to leave the floor. That was bizarre.
Cost him possession.
Yeah, it was clear that the Kerr wanted to run more. He wanted to get out and move a little bit. Lakers were up 22-21 at the end of the first quarter. Golden State led 52-49 at half. The Golden State pick and roll on offense really worked to Golden State's advantage as Curry had 15 points and 7 assists off that pick and roll with about a minute left to go in the second quarter. And then the third quarter starts and Lakers immediately go on a 10-0 run. Then Curry just had an amazing sequence where he found GP2 a couple times inside for bunnies. He found him in the corner for a 3. He drew an offensive foul on Vanderbilt. Warriors went on an 11-0 run, and they were up 68-59. But LA would fight back. Poole had a key turnover. DiVincenzo had a key turnover. This is third quarter now. Looney missed 2 free throws in a key sequence late in the third quarter. And at the end of the third quarter, Warriors were still up 7. It was 84-77 going to the fourth. And then Lonnie Walker took this thing over. And Lonnie Walker, who hadn't scored a single point in the first 3 quarters, had 15 points in the fourth quarter. He was fantastic. Rough night for Steph Curry from 3, but I won't blame Steph at all. Steph had a miraculous game, 31, 10 rebounds, 14 dimes for Steph. AD didn't even do much in the second half, but to me, there were some sequences, guys, in the second half in the fourth quarter, I should say. Draymond Green, I thought that was an awful offensive foul call. I thought it was a bad call by the refs. Klay missed a super deep 3-pointer late in the fourth quarter. Then he rushed another 3-pointer. This was after he hit a corner 3, but Klay wasn't shooting it well. And to me, those were 2 horrendous threes. Draymond Green had a terrible turnover at the end there on a pass to Wiggins. And Curry eventually threw it out of bounds for a turnover at the end. And the Warriors wind up losing 104-101. And just a couple thoughts before you guys all jump in and we start throwing it around here. But Golden State was plus 18 at the 3-point line. Plus LA, they held their own on the glass. They were only -2 to LA on the glass. Golden State was +3 on the break, 17-14. Golden State was +6 points in the paint, 52-46. but they got absolutely zero from Jordan Poole, who's got to go. 10 minutes, 0 for 4, 0 for 2 on threes, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. He was a total zero. Klay Thompson was bad. 3 of 11 on field goals in 41 minutes. Draymond Green nearly had a triple-double, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, but 5 freaking turnovers for Green. And the Warriors are 1 win away from the end. So to me, a couple things stand out. One, Poole was just atrocious. Klay Thompson had those 2 late threes were just terrible shots. One was a super deep three.
That one, the shot clock, it was down to about 4 seconds. I think he thought
4 seconds is a lot of time. You don't need to shoot the ball that from that far. The other one was the Curry turnover where he had Curry missed a long 3-pointer in a 1-point game. It was a 1-point game, and there was like 20 seconds left, and he takes a deep 3 with Anthony Davis on him. It's a 1-point game. I mean, drive in. Don't take a deep 3. I thought that just either signified Steph's fatigue or his lack of focus. But I mean, you don't even need a 2. You're down 1, and he took a super deep 3 when he's being guarded by Anthony Davis, and he could have taken him off the dribble. There was all kinds of room to his right. Just not a good finish for Golden State. I mean, what can you guys say? Jump in. Anybody who wants to go, feel free. But just a bitter one for Golden State because they played well in a lot of phases. A lot of things went right. They did a lot of things that I'm sure they wanted to do. But, man, Steph Curry cannot do it by himself. And where was Poole? Where was Klay? Where was Draymond? Where was Wiggins at times? He had some bad turnovers in this thing. I felt like the surrounding cast kind of let him down. Looney has been a non-factor this round. Just a rough one for Golden State. And are they done? No, but they got to win 5 at home, 6 on the road, and 7 at home to finish off the Lakers. We'll see if they can do it.
Yeah,
Wednesday night.
29% from the 3 is not going to get it done. And then Lakers were 20 for 20. They didn't miss a free throw. That was had they missed just 3 of them. 85%. They as a team, it would have been tied up, but they made every one. Warriors were only 9 of 12. I thought the key change, obviously Lonnie Walker in the 4th, but putting LeBron at the point, taking over, and then putting every play, they put a switch on Steph, and they didn't even help him out. They just let LeBron go one-on-one with Steph, and he's not going to be able to guard him and stop him taking it all the way to the hoop. But there was that. And then obviously, you mentioned, Larry, the 3-point shot that Steph took at the end. The other thing that I thought was really a critical mistake, and I don't know why Steph doesn't do this, but someone like LeBron, I believe, would have called a timeout when you're on the floor with the ball. Call timeout. Don't let go of the ball. You still had 3.5 seconds to go in the game. If he would have called a quick, the ref was right there. Just yell timeout. You got possession. I don't know why players don't think like that more often.
I think it comes down to poise. I think they lost their poise at the end. And I mean, when Draymond got that rebound with a couple seconds left, he literally had Schroeder on his left, and he was 2 feet from the basket. Why not just turn around and go up? They're so afraid of Anthony Davis.
Oh, Green when he got
that
Draymond.
Rebound. He was right there, right underneath the basket.
I know.
And they're so afraid of AD. AD wasn't even in the picture. He was 6-7 feet away, but they're so afraid that he popped it back out right underneath the basket. They lost their poise, I think. Yep. And Steph just gave it away, lost his poise. I really thought Klay's shot was rushed. Klay's a really good shooter when he gets his feet set. When his feet aren't set and he rushes his shots, he'll admit this. When he rushes his shots, he just doesn't have the same shot. And that shot with 10 seconds left on the shot clock was just atrocious, in my opinion.
Out there by the bench,
yeah.
Well, here's one of the challenges, though, Sean. Klay Thompson tonight took 11 shots.
Mm-hmm.
He did not go to the foul line, so he didn't miss any shots because he got fouled on a shot. Clearly, that tells you two things. Number one, the Laker defense was set up. Let's take away easy looks by Klay. And the fact that they see that the Warriors are not going to play Looney and Draymond together, that takes away your second best screener. They called Dre for a couple of offensive foul setting screens, one of which was on a Klay trade tonight that he hit. Another one was on one that he actually missed. The challenge is you have to give credit to the defense for what they're taking away. Steph Curry took 30 shots tonight, and he went to the foul line 4 times. Klay Thompson only took 11 shots. Their second leading shooter was Wiggins in terms of volume. He took 14. And then they were giving up things to Gary Payton. They were willing to give up things to Draymond Green, but they clearly in their game plan said, we have to take away easy looks by Klay. They did that. You know, people will say trash, but trash is only relevant if something is real. When you're late in the game and you need a 3 and you don't have the opportunity to create off the dribble, that's the only shot you're going to take. And unfortunately, the Warriors put themselves in that position by only scoring 17 points in the fourth quarter. And they had Lonnie Walker, who scored 15.
They stopped going to the basket. The Warriors stopped going to the basket, running the high pick and roll. They just stopped.
Why
the entire
did they
offense in the
stop?
fourth was Steph running around.
Well, they stopped scoring in the paint in the fourth.
Yeah, they stopped scoring in the paint.
Yeah, they took out Gary Payton. And they had to go with Moody because they needed another defender, because the Lakers turned their game tonight and a little bit last game into a 1980s, 1990s offensive style. Let's find a matchup we like. Let's force a switch, and let's make them have to play out of that with a smaller lineup. They just took advantage of their size and their physicality. So to me, this was just advantage Lakers with making certain decisions. I thought the Lonnie Walker sub sounds nice, but the reality is they had no clue if he was going to get hot. He happened to do it, and he'll be remembered forever for doing it.
This reminds me of the first Warriors title run when they were down 3-1 against OKC, and I thought
that was actually the 73-9 season.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever it was, they were up. They were down 3-1.
Right.
And
I say the same thing.
And I thought they were done, and they were not done. And if you're a player or a coach, you actually feel inspired by tonight's game. This is a tough game for fans because you're looking at the game from a fan's perspective. But from a player's perspective, you know that you lost the game by a play or two.
Right.
There was not a colossal number of errors that the Warriors made. These are all professional players giving everything that they have. Listen, if you look at Klay Thompson for what he is, this guy has had 2 major knee, foot injuries. Most guys would be playing in the Philippines right now. He gets tired, and Klay has a little hero ball in him. And Kerr knows that. But he got 4 rings. So you give him that and you say, Klay, you know what? Learn from this situation. The reason why Steph Curry took that last shot is because he's tired. Right. Steph Curry actually reminds me of, not on this level, but those horses that are dying at the Kentucky Derby. This guy is playing big minutes, and his touch ratio, his usage ratio is to the moon right now. So only thing that the Warriors need to do is get some rest, keep a positive mentality, come out and put their foot on the gas on Wednesday night and win 1 game.
Yep.
And then execute down the stretch in game 6. Now, here's the key. I never thought the Warriors could win a championship without a contribution from Jordan Poole, and I still don't. Lonnie Walker was the antithesis of Jordan Poole. He kept his mouth shut. He was pissed off because he knew he should be playing, but he didn't say anything. He was a total team guy. And when he got his opportunity, he showed up. Jordan Poole has not. It is disrespectful to expect Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green to be supermen at this stage of their career without these young guys. This is why Steve Kerr said, you know what? Forget about analytics. Moses, get out there and play your butt off. And guess what happened? The guy played tremendous basketball. So I am not worried at all. We can talk about the particulars of what took place tonight, but this was a beautiful basketball game that came down to a play or two. And if I'm a Golden State Warrior fan, you should be smiling and ready to cheer your team on, because I think you're going to win game 5?
Yeah,
Game 5.
I'm in agreement with you, Frank. I was going to say the same thing earlier on, is that they just win. It is like OKC that year. Win game 5. You needed 1. You gave up home court advantage after game 1. So you need 1 of 3 in LA. They didn't get the first 2, but they can win game 5. And I believe tonight showed you that you can go down there with your backs to the wall, and that's when the Warriors play their best, and win game 6. And
Tonight,
then
they lost tonight, Dan.
Right. I know that. But I'm saying they could win game 5.
So tonight showed that they could win. They lost.
Yeah, but it showed they're in the game. It was down to 1 play, really. I mean, if Curry hits that last shot,
I mean, Curry had an all-time great game, triple-double, and they still lost. They're not beating this Laker team at this point. They can't do it without help. And they've eliminated too many guys. They're getting 0 from Clay. They're getting 0 from
championship
Poole.
team.
No Kuminga.
I don't
No
think you can say
Kuminga.
a championship team is dead. I really don't.
Well, that's fine, but I also am not going to sit here and pretend that the same team that built this 3-1 lead can't win one more. They obviously can win one more. It's a bad matchup. Looney's been 0. Kuminga's literally 0. Poole's 0. You got too many zeros. You get too many guys not doing it.
Can I ask you this, Larry?
Everybody's going to suddenly flip a switch and start playing great?
No, here's a question for you. End of the third quarter, Steph misses a deep shot to try to put them up 10. They go up 7. What did you think was going to happen in the fourth quarter?
I thought it was going to get tight.
I thought the Warriors were going to win this game the whole way through. I really did. I thought this was their game to win. It just felt like their game to win. I thought LA looked gassed. LA's, LeBron looked sore. I wasn't anticipating, LA being able to put 15 on the board from Lonnie Walker. So yeah, I mean, I thought Golden State had a very good chance going to the fourth, but
let me ask you this. If I asked you before the game, who did you think was going to score 15 in the fourth quarter? Jordan Poole or Lonnie Walker the 5th?
I would have said Lonnie Walker the 5th.
So yeah, no one else would have, because Lonnie Walker had done nothing to date in this series outside of playing in garbage time and having some fun to prove to you that he was going to be the go-to guy in the fourth quarter of a game that the Lakers clearly wanted badly at home.
That's true, but I'll counter with Jordan Poole has shown nothing that makes me think he was going to take this thing over. Correct. He's playing horribly.
Except that Jordan Poole averages 20 and had made over 200 threes this season.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter at all.
None of that matters.
It's a different season. We're in the playoffs, and to me, he's fragile. He's
been atrocious both series.
We're not discounting that, Sean. Here's what I'm saying. You know what he's capable of. I don't think you thought Lonnie Walker was capable of carrying the Lakers in a fourth quarter. He did it. Jordan Poole did not. Advantage Lakers. It's on to game 5, because that's the only thing you can focus on right now if you're Golden State. You came up with some good things to attack Anthony Davis and pick and roll. You found some ways to create some lane scoring, which was something important. You got no open looks out of JaMychal Green, and he got 2 quality open looks. You didn't get enough out of Clay because he's not getting open shots. If you don't give a shooter open shots, it's tougher for them to make tough shots.
When he gets tired of Foss, he's not as good a shooter.
Of course not. Hey, neither are we.
Well, that's my point. My point is, yes, you could talk about shot selection, but you could also have to, kind of accept this is where he is at this stage of his career. He's a lot more inconsistent now than he was 3-4 years ago. And that's okay. You know why? Because look what they did defensively. The Lakers didn't do jack. I mean, they shot 25% from the from the 3-point line. Lonnie Walker, he had a moment. Give him credit. Most of those shots were contested. If those shots were wide open, I would say, you know what, the Warriors shouldn't even show up on Wednesday. But they're ready to play, man. I saw that in those guys. They were ready to compete. I thought Kerr coached his ass off. Well, whether or not it was his assistants or him, I can think of countless things that he did tonight to put his team in a position to win a game. In Los Angeles, on the road, with everything else there, the Warriors right there. But I knew it was going to be tight. I don't care if it was Lonnie Walker, whomever. This game was going to be tight because the Lakers needed to win this game. So it was up for grabs.
Hey,
Came down to a play or two.
Two guys really stepped up in the fourth quarter, Reeves and Lonnie Walker.
Reeves is a player, man.
Yeah, Reeves is nice. I mean, Reeves had a good finish. I mean, it's a frustrating end because it's like Steph's great and he showed his greatness tonight and everybody else shrunk. Everybody else shrunk in the moment.
Yeah, Draymond.
I mean, it was
Draymond
really
doesn't
sad,
play well
actually.
against LeBron. He hasn't.
Now,
for years.
Draymond doesn't. First of all, Draymond's greatest trait is his ferocious competitive fire, and he, is helping AD up, and he doesn't have that same ferocious fire for LeBron. They're too close.
They're too close.
They're probably going to play together maybe as soon as next year.
Mm-hmm.
And it just Green's ferocious competitive streak, which is a major key element of the Warriors dynasty, I think, and is almost an essential part of what they do, wasn't there. Wiggins, very disappointing performance. I thought I didn't like what I saw from Wiggins. He had 1 assist, he had 3 turnovers, he had 4 rebounds. He just I don't know. He just doesn't, to me. It wasn't his night. Clay was 3 of 11 and it's not just that Clay's missing. It's the types of shots that he took in the fourth that were so aggravating.
What shots do you want him to take?
Well, I don't want him to take. First of all, when he's having a bad night, and he was having a bad night, I don't want him taking lots of shots, and I definitely don't want him taking some heat check super deep 3 from 7 feet beyond the arc. That's what he did. That's what he did. That second to last shot, and the third one was completely rushed. I mean, he rushed that thing, and he had a hand in his face.
You don't want him to take the shots, boss. He doesn't want him to take the shots.
Thank you. So if he's not going to take it, who did you want to take a shot in that situation?
I said it before the game. I said it this afternoon. I thought Golden State is a little too free flow, and they need to use the other 4 guys on the floor to get Steph Curry as many good looks as possible. Now, Curry may have run out of gas. It's possible. But to me, I wanted to see Curry take a few more shots down the stretch. I really did. Clay hit that 1 corner 3 and decided, I'm hot. I'm going to make it all back. And we've seen it. It's like somebody in a casino. You're losing. You win one hand. I'm hot. Things have turned. No, things have not turned.
Open shot he got in the second half.
But the second shot that he missed was a contested 3 that he rushed and had a hand in his face. The first one that he took after the corner 3 was so incredibly deep. I mean, that's, to me, where I want Klay Thompson to shoot. I want to see Klay Thompson shoot. I want him to square the shoulders and shoot inside the arc because that's his highest percentage shot. And that's not what he took. But then to me, those 2 misses and the Curry missed long 3 in a 1-point game, you didn't need a 3 there, and you certainly didn't need a deep 3 against Anthony Davis. You had all kinds of room. There was all kinds of options.
You like that shot, Carl? You like that shot with like 15 seconds left on the clock? That Clay rushed 3. Is that what you like? You like that?
No, of course not. I want Clay to take a wide open shot like they got for Austin Reeves, but you have to have a guy that can create that. There's only 2 ways to get an open shot. Either somebody creates it for you by compressing the defense, or the guy comes off a screen. They're not allowing him to come off a screen easy. They're not giving him that. They're forcing the Warriors to go into their bag to find things that would work. Late in the game, the Warriors didn't go pick and roll. Let's get the ball to GP2, who was open 90% of the time because GP2 wasn't on the floor. They needed another larger player on the floor. They couldn't afford to be super small. So you have to give credit to the Lakers staff for making sure that their closing lineup had Dennis Schroeder, who was being guarded by Clay, and he doesn't have the quickness to stay in front of him. So they were running matchups to get LeBron on who? Like you said, on Steph. Hey, I look at Anthony Davis, and you say how bad Draymond played. Draymond finished with 8, 7, and 10.
And 5 turnovers.
He had 5 turnovers.
Led all teams. Led both teams.
Let's count them, though. One of them was when Gary Payton went off the court because he unfortunately threw up. And another one was late in the game when he misread a situation and threw the ball away to Wiggins. Those 2 I can live with. Late game, they're not good turnovers, but they're still turnovers. And I just don't want live ball turnovers. The challenge is the Laker defense is dictating what the Warriors are going to do. And the Warriors found things that would work, but in the fourth quarter, they couldn't make shots. And the Lakers had 2 guys that made shots, and LeBron found a way to the free throw line. AD hardly scored in the second half, and he was being guarded by Draymond 90% of the time.
He barely shot it.
Yeah, because he was being contested. It's a frustrating loss, but you have to look at it, and you can't just say, hey, this guy's garbage. He's rushing shots. Hey, they took rush shots. LeBron went 2 for 9 from 3, but nobody's mentioning that because they came out with a W. That's the only thing that matters. They're up 3-1. Warriors get to play in San Francisco. Can they find a way to get their mojo, to get a win, to extend the series? And then let's see what happens after that.
And you might get Game 6 Clay. Oh, I don't
think they can. I mean, Jermichael Green's giving them nothing. Looney is not the same player this series against AD. DiVincenzo has not been a very good player in this series. Poole is just, I mean, what would you even do with Poole? What minutes do you want to give Poole? What would you even do with Poole in game 5, 6, and 7?
0.
Moody, Kuminga's banished to the bench. Moody actually played really, really well, which is
Just
to me
And-
is evidence that,
and
you know
so
what,
did
maybe
DiVincenzo.
it's okay to go with some young players from time to time. I thought they had a good thing going with Peyton. I thought Peyton had a tremendous game. I just personally, I understand why Clay took those shots, but it wasn't his night. And to me, I'd rather see him set a pick for Steph and let Steph take a couple more of those shots than see Clay take 2 wild threes. And to me, it's poor shot selection down the stretch. LA, I mean, you can say what you want about Lonnie Walker this, Lonnie Walker that. Lonnie Walker squared up the shoulders in the mid-range, rose above, and knocked shots down. He took shots that he can make. And they were and he
Mostly
made
mid-range.
I mean, Lonnie Walker's not a star, but Lonnie Walker's not a bum.
Role
Lonnie
players
Walker's been in the
always
league.
play better at home.
But here's the deal, though. I mean, even fans, let's stop underrating Lonnie Walker the fourth. This dude is a good player. This guy's on an $18 million contract. No, he is a real player, and he played 4 years in San Antonio. The guy has a 39-inch vertical. If he was playing for Orlando or some scrub team, he'd be averaging 17, 18 points a game. So, hey, man, listen, like I said before, from my perspective, I didn't see anybody on the Warriors quit, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for are the guys on the court playing their hearts out. Clay, you know what? They need to talk to Clay because I don't like to see Clay take bad shots. And Larry, I'm with you. Steph can take every damn shot as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Especially in the fourth in a close game. Why not?
Absolutely, because he can drive and he can do some things that the other guys on his team can't do. Clay's awesome, but there's some shots that he took tonight that regardless of the defense, he simply did not have to take. The worst case scenario is you get a 24-second shot clock. Fine. If you don't shoot and the opposition does not score off of a carom or rebound, at some junctures of the game, it really doesn't matter. So they need a little better execution down the stretch. But if you are a player and you're hanging your head because you lost this game, you should turn in your uniform, as far as I'm concerned. Or if you are a fan and you can't see the good things that they did as opposed to just the tiny, small things, Draymond played a great game. And in spite of the 5 turnovers, Anthony Davis wasn't scoring because the referees was not treating him like he was the big kid in the CYO league or 5th graders. They let Draymond play his game, and Anthony Davis didn't like it. How many times you saw Anthony Davis look at the referee, and the referee was like, I'm not calling that shit. Not tonight, son. So, hey, man, strap it up and go play. All right? That's what I think.
Well, they got to win one. They got to win one. They got to win game 5, and then who knows what goes on from there. But it's just like, do I expect them to win a game? Yeah, maybe they'll win game 5, but I don't expect them to win the series at this point. I expect LA to finish this thing out. What is it? 90% teams up 3-1.
95.
Yeah, 95. So I mean, that's.
But the Warriors are part of got 2 of those 5%.
But that's not this team. This team's got too many old guys, too many young guys, too many zeros, too many non-factors.
Tell you what, though, they
didn't bring everybody along this year.
You get game 5, game 6, the pressure becomes on the Lakers because they don't want to see a game 7. And the longer the series goes, the more advantage to the Warriors because LeBron and Davis will tire if it goes 7.
There's no pressure on these guys, man.
No, they're just going to go play. They're going to go play.
It's execution.
They're not. All the Warriors got to go do is execute. They blew it based on turnovers, and again, they kind of lost their poise. But sometimes that happens on the road, especially in LA. They've struggled with LA a lot. I still think they win game 5, and game 6 will be a drag out. Whether they win it or not, I don't know. But the Warriors aren't going to go down getting blown out.
I would be shocked if they lose game 5 at home.
I would too.
I would be shocked. I mean, the line is going to be 5.5.
Yeah,
like that's a serious line for a team down 3-1. So I would be shocked if they lose game 5. So then they just have to come back and can they win a road game in LA? That's what it comes down to. They've proven they can win in San Francisco. Can they win game 6?
Larry, I think Larry makes a great point. And who is it? Larry and Carl. Yo, man, I think Draymond might need to ruffle some feathers because I think you feel, you know what I'm saying, that brotherly love on the court with LeBron. They got the same agent and all that crap. And if you want to win, then that friendship that's supposedly rock solid, you got to forget about it on the court. You have to, and go out there and do whatever it takes to win the game because it's that close. The Warriors' margin for error this year, and we know this by their regular season record, is razor thin. That's as simple as that. They're not as good as they were in the past. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
They just needed to arrive at this point with a deeper, better cast than they currently have. Because right now, you don't know what you're getting out of Clay. You don't know what you're getting out of Wiggins. You don't know what pretty much you're not getting anything out of Poole. You're not getting anything out of Kuminga. DiVincenzo's not the same guy as he was last round. Looney doesn't look like the same guy as last round. So it's like they're running out of guys. And it's like as the series goes down and the pressure gets greater, and now it's a win or go home, do or die type situation. Now it puts a lot of pressure. And now I think that it's going to be even more difficult for these guys that have struggled or have been non-factors to become a factor. It's probably too late. And that's what I see. I see a team that if they had arrived at this point with Poole cooking and Kuminga has a role, and now you maybe you've got a little something going. But they've gotten to this point, and we've seen regression from last round from DiVincenzo and Looney. We've seen Poole just mentally. I don't know what's wrong with Poole, but mentally he's just out. He's like disconnected. He's done.
Carl, what do you think about Poole?
Kuminga's never gotten in there, and it's probably too late to introduce him. So I just think they just don't have enough here. And I at the beginning of the playoffs, I said I thought they would get by a round, maybe 2, that Denver would be too much because Denver has too many guys in their prime. The one thing, guys, that I think we need to adjust our thinking on is that we came into this series talking about, the Lakers are old. No, LeBron is old. The Lakers are not old. The Warriors are the team that has age. The Lakers are relatively young with LeBron. That's what AD's got some age on him, but basically, it's a fairly young team. It's a team full of guys pretty much in the prime of their career, where Golden State's got a couple guys that are a year too early. They got 2 or 3 guys that are a year too late. and they really have very small percentage of their team in the prime of their career, I think that's a major factor.
By the way, DiVincenzo tonight in 14 minutes had 10 points, shot 50%.
I thought he played pretty well.
50% from three. I didn't think DiVincenzo had a bad game. I thought he actually played solid in the last one. I thought he played better than solid tonight. You have to look at the roles that the Warriors have. If we're just being blunt, and you asked me, Sean, about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
If Jordan Poole is playing the way he's capable of playing, forget about whatever he's done this series, Jordan Poole gets easier shots for Klay Thompson. He gets easier shots for Steph Curry, because when the three of them are on the floor, now the defense has to react to a guy who can not only make shots, but he can get to the basket and he can actually create, because the defense has to collapse. Without him on the floor, you're down to three guys who can really create offense: Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, and to a lesser degree, Klay. And Klay's best when he's got one defender, he can attack in the one side hard, maybe get a slight push off and shoot a one-leg floater. They're taking away certain things. And the biggest thing they didn't have to take away is the threat of Jordan Poole, who's a 20-point-a-game scorer. If you tell me that any team in the playoffs is going to lose a 20-point-a-game scorer and he's going to literally be invisible, that team's probably not going to be successful.
Will you admit that his drives to the bucket and his flopping, he's not getting the calls that he got in the regular season? In the playoffs,
no question.
He's not getting the calls.
He's totally discombobulated.
Yeah.
He's got to find himself, because there's nothing that anyone else can do. Anybody who's ever played knows when you're having bad situations, teammates can talk to you, coaches can talk to you, you can put in extra work in the gym, but it really comes down to your mental approach. And you could feel it tonight. There was a spastic level sporadicness in everything he did. And it was very clear Kerr was going to have a very short rope, and the rope ended up, 10 minutes worth of playing time.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll say on the DiVincenzo front, Carl, is that DiVincenzo's impact this year has not been as a scorer. DiVincenzo's impact is as a playmaker. And DiVincenzo's impact this year has been as a rebounder. He averaged 9, 5, and 4 in the season. He had 1 rebound and 1 assist. So that, to me, his game is he makes other people better. And in this particular game, he got double digits in points, but he didn't make a lot of plays that got a lot of guys shots. That's the player that they needed. They needed a glue piece, almost like a secondary point guard who gets other people touches and easy looks, and they didn't do it. I mean, he didn't do it. He didn't get the boards or the assists.
The reason why they didn't do it is because 2 other guys who also handle the ball and can facilitate had 21 assists, Steph and Dre. They've taken away the ability of him being on the floor. And remember, a lot of times when he's playing point, he's on the floor with Jordan Poole. And then he can create a little bit better because they can play off of each other. Poole not being successful has been such a huge disadvantage for the Warriors and how they play. It's hampered some of their lineup changes. It's forced Kerr to try to find, the genie in the bottle in his starting lineup. He did get it tonight with GP2. You can see that Jermichael Green played great in the home game. I hope he can show up in game 5, because he didn't show up in LA with an open look. He had a ton of open looks and couldn't buy one. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. And I don't think about game 6, and I'm not thinking about game 7, because neither one of them is guaranteed. There's only one game the Warriors can play, and that's game 5. It's the only one that's guaranteed, and it's the only one they need to prepare for.
I totally agree with
one
you.
at a time.
808 Niners says Kerr cost them. Why did he wait so long to put Steph on Reeves? Dre could have called timeout, Steph's timeout, or turnover instead of throwing the ball out of bounds. WTF. Brian Iglesias says gut punch for the Warriors tonight. Missed opportunities, shot turnovers, poor perimeter defense will be the ultimate demise of the season for the Dubs. Yeah, I mean, that, to me, if there's one thing that's been kind of a disconnect in this series, is that the Lakers, don't have the kinds of shooters that you really fear. But if you leave them wide open, they're good. They're NBA players in the prime of their career. They're going to knock down those shots. And that's what we've seen the last couple of games. I mean, Warriors defense didn't make LA feel them at all last game. And today they were only slightly better. There were a number of good things that the Warriors did in this game. They can't overcome getting 0 from Poole. I mean,
Right.
I don't want to blame it all on Poole because it's not fair, and it's a team game, and other guys, they win and lose as a team, and there were a lot of factors. Let's just say that. But when you factor in what he normally gives the Warriors and what he's been giving them in these playoffs, and as it progresses, what he's been giving them offensively in this particular series, I mean, he has just been atrocious, absolutely atrocious. He scored 11 points combined in games 2 and 3. This guy has been a nothing since the first game of the series. I think it's without beating him up over it, it's been the key element or the key factor in this series has been Jordan Poole's kind of like regression and usually he'll have a bad game, he'll bounce back. But in this series, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And to the point now where I don't know what you can realistically expect from him going forward in any of these games. So it's
going to start him.
Is Krueger going to start him?
Yeah, he only plays well when he starts.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he really only plays really well when he plays without Steph Curry. I don't think he seems bothered by Steph's gravity, which he should be loving, but instead he seems almost challenged by it, and that's bizarre to me. And I don't understand why Jordan Poole doesn't put it on the deck and go to the rim more, but it's because he's got the freshness. Curry shows more of a propensity to do that, but Curry's gassed, and you can see it. Poole's fresh, but he just doesn't want to go in because he doesn't want to take the foul. He doesn't want to, have the contact. He'd rather hoist. Corey says, appears that this is the end of the line. Myers, Draymond likely gone. Now fans get to usher in the $35 million per season Poole era. Oh, that sounds so bad. Ashley says, I'm sad, Larry. LOL. Yeah. I mean, it is a bitter pill because this Laker team I really thought it would take a vintage effort by somebody, and we didn't see a vintage effort tonight. We saw AD have a really nice first half and Lonnie Walker have a miraculous fourth. Other than that, I felt like this game played out the way the Warriors want it to in a number of areas, and they still were unable to get the W. Very frustrating.
It's tough, and it just kind of shows you, though, that the pendulum can change really, really quickly. It wouldn't surprise me if Jordan Poole came out and had over 10 points on Wednesday. He's that unpredictable. I give Kerr a lot of credit for actually putting him on the bench because that was more of like a team decision, to me. I think they were like, you know what? Don't reward this guy for playing horribly. Put GP2 in there. And GP2 rallied, and the Warriors were right there. I mean, we've all said this, Larry. There's no way the Warriors can win a championship without one of their most talented players, Jordan Poole, contributing.
Or Kuminga. I mean, down the stretch, Frank, Kuminga was a player for them. This team got good performances out of Kuminga throughout much of March. There was a point in early March where it was clear that Kuminga deserved to play like 30 minutes a night. Forget 10 or 15 or 20. He was deserving of 30 minutes a night. Suddenly it doesn't jive in the playoffs, and it's just like banished. You got to bring those guys along.
I have a hard time believing that Kuminga could play any worse than Poole has in this series.
We don't play the same position, though. They don't.
I know they don't play the same position, but he does play defense.
Who would you play him in front of?
Yeah. I mean, you're going
to play him in front of?
Go bigger. I know you need Poole to run the point.
I'm saying, who do you want to take off the floor tonight?
Well, Poole's minutes. He got 10 minutes, but still, like he wasn't playing any defense at all, and he was flopping every time he went to the rack, and he couldn't hit a shot.
That's not Kuminga, though. I have no problem with Poole being off, but I'm like, and listen, I don't have a problem with Kuminga playing. I think he should have been playing a long time ago. But to put him in a pressure situation like right now,
it's too late. It's too late.
I think Kerr screwed that up.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Burned it.
But
wouldn't we all agree that it's too late? I mean, like Cy's going to get in here and he's going to be like, they should have played Kuminga.
Right.
And while I generally agree with Cy, I don't really agree on at this point. At this point, it's too late.
I
It's
think
done.
so. I think
You
it
can't
is.
you can't just do that. You can't throw him out there. He's already so mentally fried and lost, and I'm sure he's got scarred. I mean, I'll say this too, Jonathan. I don't know if sometimes your nonverbal matches your mood, and sometimes it doesn't, right? But his nonverbal is bad.
It's terrible.
So that's a problem because it looks like he's. How would you guys describe his nonverbal? It's like it's not like he's got a bad attitude or anything, but he looks like
he scoffs. He scoffs.
He scoffs, or he just seems like he's not buying in.
Right.
Is that fair? Buying in?
Yeah, dismissive, a little dismissive.
Yeah. I think JD made a point, though, the other night, game 3, he came in garbage time, and he actually played pretty well. He ran the offense. He had a different mindset that he did after game 2 when it was garbage time and he got thrown in there. One place you might be able to see Kuminga play is if LeBron takes the point again, you could stick Kuminga one-on-one because he can physically – he's the strongest guy that can stay with LeBron. When they do that pick and roll and put Curry on him, they've got to figure a way to switch before Curry gets stuck on LeBron. Somebody's got to, take that assignment.
Into a zone. And they didn't do it. They did it in the first half. I don't know why they didn't do it in the second half. They could have very easily morphed into a zone. And at the very least, LeBron would have to shoot kind of a fadeaway 13, 14 footer, but he would not have gotten to the basket like he did consistently. So that was something that I was waiting for them to do because they did it in the first half, but they did it when Anthony Davis made the first dribble. And then they kind of morphed into like a soft zone. They didn't do that when LeBron had the ball late. And I think they should have.
I think you're right.
How good was GP2, by the way, on D'Lo? D'Lo shot 1 for 10.
Right.
0 for 3 from the arc. I thought that was a nice move by Kerr.
Out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, by the way, we as we welcome in Cyrus Satsis from Locked On Warriors, we have a shit ton of Laker fans in the chat.
So many.
And it's impressive. On one hand, it's impressive. On the other hand, it's annoying as fuck. But that's just being honest. But we have 573 people watching this show right now. So there are a lot of people that are probably Laker fans here for the first time. If you would give our show a like and subscribe, we would appreciate it greatly. We've got 17,000 plus subscribers, and we'd love it to make it 18 by the end of the night. But if you're a Laker fan and you're checking in here for the first time and you're enjoying listening to a group of Warrior fans, Warrior media, losing their shit over this loss, do us a solid, give us a like, and maybe more importantly, give us a sub. We'll appreciate you that much more. We'll stomach your rubbing salt in our wounds if you just gave us a sub and a like. Do a brother a favor. All right, we welcome in welcome in Cyrus Satsis, who I'm sure is very positive about this outcome tonight. Cy, you recognize the panel: Frank, Proctor, Red, Danny.
Before. Nice to meet you all.
Everybody. Everybody knows everybody. We're all fucking annoyed. Yeah. Go ahead, Cy. Give me your. There's a lot of Laker fans in the chat. Damn it. But welcome.
They've all been clamoring to hear Cy.
Well, I'll start off with
really glad to see all you there. But if you don't sub, get the hell out of here. No, I'm just joking.
Here's the sign of potential optimism: is maybe there's a chance LeBron and all of his annoying asinine fans who are delusional and don't live in reality, maybe they're going to get a taste of what it's like to have their boy lose after a 3-1 lead. Boom. That's the one thing I think we all have going for us. But otherwise, this is bleak, man. I don't know. Like you brought up Gary Payton II, for example, right? The Warriors finally found something that works. Like that worked. That was effective. I loved it. Why the fuck was he not in the fourth quarter? Why was he not playing in the fourth quarter?
Why is your best perimeter defender not on the floor? Yeah.
Why was he not playing in the fourth quarter? He played 2 minutes. We never saw him again.
From throwing up.
What was his deal tonight?
He was awesome. Gary Payton II was awesome.
He walked off the floor in the second quarter.
In the middle of a fucking possession.
There were two things the Warriors did in the fourth quarter that, I mean, look, Klay Thompson sucked ass. He sucked. He's not him anymore. Stephen Curry reminded me of 2016 Game 7 with all those fucking deep threes that he didn't have to take. I guess I'm sorry for swearing a lot tonight, but why was Gary Payton II, who was awesome the whole game?
Hey, by the way, watch it on the swearing, okay, man? Hey, watch it.
I'm fucking
It really bothers me. It bothers Carl, and I know it bothers Dan and Dan's neighbors. Go ahead, Cy. Continue.
I know. I'm sorry. I know. I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. But why is Gary Payton II not playing in the fourth? And then why do you abandon the one play on your offense that was killing the Lakers, that pick and roll?
Right.
That pick and roll was destroying the Lakers. The
Lakers haven't adjusted to it yet. The Warriors just went away from it.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, like, I mean, on one hand, you could look at, your best players played like shit. I mean, that turnover by Draymond Green, I don't think he had a great game. He had an okay game. So your best players played like crap when it counted most. Part of me feels like they're like LeBron's in their heads. Like they look intimidated by him. I don't understand that, but it's weird. But also again, like when you play the small ball crap, I've been complaining about this all year, all postseason. We saw it again. JaMychal Green played 2 minutes. Kuminga got DNP'd. Looney plays 10 minutes. So you're basically rolling the entire game with a lineup of like a bunch of 6'4", 6'5" dudes. Maybe your bigs are 6'7", and Wiggins and Clay. Dude, that's not going to win. That's not going to win. That's never won. Even in the teams that the dynasty of the ones that won the championships, the team, they still had like 6'8", 6'9", 6'11" dudes out there. Whether it was Durant, David West, Otto Porter Jr., like you name the team, I'll list you 6'8" plus guys that were out there. Iguodala, Livingston, where are they now? Like, so that's a huge problem. And I don't know why Kerr thinks that this little person lineup is going to reap rewards. It never has, and it never will. So
I agree with you. They ought to play Zaza Pachulia more.
If they had him, yeah, but they don't, unfortunately.
No, but I know what you're saying. It's like the Warriors have gone small and I thought they found something. The one thing that's so frustrating is it just feels like there's no overarching philosophy. Like, give you an example. Obviously, a lot of thought went into starting GP2. It was a great decision.
Yes.
But then you go away from it in the middle of the game. It's like it was a great decision. Why? Because GP2 is that unique small ball player that also can play big because he can finish in the lane. And in the third quarter, we saw Steph finding him, and nobody guards GP2 because he's not really an offensive player. So he slithers down, sneaks in between a crack, gets in the lane, gets a little bunny, and he can finish with a dunk or off glass, and he finishes like a much bigger player. So to me, I thought the fact that they had found GP2, put him in the lineup, he was having an impact on the defensive end, and he was starting to score. He even hit a corner three from Steph. He looked great there in the third, and I'm thinking, okay, they found the secret here where they can play fast and play small, but match up. And then all of a sudden, where was he in the fourth?
Yeah, just gone. And I love Moody. I love that he's getting run, but Gary Payton II was awesome. Offensively, he was awesome. He scored 15 points. He was 7 for 9 from the field. He reminded you what he does offensively, which is find players. So he's actually a solid passer. He's always at the right place at the right time, like Steph says. In tonight's instance, just easy layups left and right, right? He knows exactly where to be. And then fourth quarter, when you need him most, just poof, just, rotting away. This whole season's just been a disaster, man. It's part of me is like the Warriors deserve this, but then another part of me is like, they could still win the series, as crazy as it sounds. So we'll see what happens. It would be gratifying. I would love to see them come back and beat LeBron down 3-1. That would be awesome. I'm never going to shut up about that if that happens. I mean, how much do we hear that from them? How many years were we hearing the 3-1 crap? So I will turn it around and bring it back and then some. So that would be a nice thing.
Hey, Cy, what did you think about Poole's game tonight?
Oh, he's awful. He sucks. I mean, are we discussing that? I mean, I feel like it's so obvious.
Would you play him?
Why are you so measured?
No.
You wouldn't play him a minute, right?
No, I honestly think like every minute he plays, it's a detriment at this point.
What's happened? Why don't we talk about that? Because we got a lot of smart basketball people in this room, and Danny. And let me say this. No, I'm just joking, Dan. I'm just fucking with you, Dan. Don't get pissed. There's a lot of smart basketball people in this room, though, and what is going on exactly with Jordan Poole? As far as is it become mental? Is there a disconnect with him and Steph that's bothering him? Is it the Draymond thing at the beginning of the year? I mean, I'm asking you guys a little bit to psychoanalyze, but we're at a point now where a guy who's in the prime of his career and without any injury has just evaporated on the floor in front of our eyes. It's one thing to say, well, Kuminga's not playing. This
At
guy
all.
is playing,
At all.
and he's not playing anything like the player we saw much of his career and much of this year. And I know there's a lot of smart guys in this room who could probably give us some theories. What are you guys seeing? Can we go around the room on that? Carl, let's start with you. What do you see with Jordan Poole? What has happened to get to this point?
There are two things. Sometimes mental fogs will come over players. They can lose a little bit of confidence. But the thing I think that happened to him, because he is such a highlight-oriented player, and the playoffs is not about trying to create highlights, they just happen. Like what happened to Andrew Wiggins the other night when he got the dunk on Anthony Davis. It's not like he said, hey, let me go dunk on Anthony Davis. A loose ball, he gets the ball, he attacks the rim, opportunity presents itself, and he ends up dunking on Anthony Davis. In Jordan Poole's case, he was prepared tonight to come out and have a big night. I'm gonna get the offense in the second unit going. And as soon as he got in, it's almost like he has the yips. You know, I remember Steve Sachs had the yips once playing second base for the Dodgers, where no matter how much he tried to calm down and relax, he just seemed to be moving faster than his body was handling things. I think he does need an opportunity to play in Game 5 because they have to find a way for him to get it going. Because let's be honest, if Jordan Poole could come back and be an effective 20-point-a-game scorer the last part of this series,
would change the whole thing.
It would change the whole thing. That's how big and Red said it earlier. The Warriors' delta for mistakes and not playing perfect is much smaller this year than any other time in the dynasty outside of the years where they just had super injuries. So they really need every piece. And I said it earlier, Klay Thompson needs Jordan Poole because he's going to take attention of the defense. And you need the defense making mistakes on screens, making mistakes on switches so that guys don't have to rush shots. Steph Curry tonight went 12 for 30. He was 3 for 14 from 3. This is not the normal Steph that we know. He had a great game handling the floor, managing the game. I mean, he was absolutely beautiful. He was a maestro. But we all know this was a night we thought he might go 17 for 25. So it's a big thing to lose that big scoring piece because a guy who's literally about a third of your offense, in some cases, you can't lose that, but they have. I'm hoping he can snap out of it in the next game on Wednesday.
Danny, what do you think? Well, let me ask Danny and then go ahead, Cy. Go ahead, Cy. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the risk, though, is, I mean, this is do or die. I mean, so what if Jordan Poole is just done for this series? I mean, every minute you play him where he doesn't rediscover his game is a minute you're squandering with your season on the line. I honestly believe he's not worth the risk. You have other players on your roster who can also deliver, like that should get an opportunity. He's not earning it, Carl. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's never mind the body language that people love to pull out to criticize Kuminga. It's not like Poole's body language is any good, and he's not performing. I mean, the numbers are there. There's nothing there that tells me he should play. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if he's earned the benefit of the doubt. He's 23. I'd rather he just sit out, let the Warriors deal with the Lakers without him, and then see if he has a role in the Nuggets series, which he might. He's actually played good against Denver. I don't know. That's me, though.
Danny, I've been ragging you, but go ahead. Jump in there.
Well, I think when a player starts.
What happened to Dan's mic? What the heck?
Yeah,
I'm screwing with you, Danny. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would just say that, sometimes players they get in a funk, but you got to be able to play yourself out of it. I think he plays in the first quarter. You'll see him. What's tonight? Wednesday night, and you're going to give him 4 or 5 minute run, and in that 5-minute run, if he's did what he did tonight, you probably won't see him much the rest of the first half, and you might see him for a few more minutes in the second half. And if he doesn't turn it around, but I don't see Kerr benching him 48 minutes. I don't see Kerr giving him a DNP. I just can't see it, because you're going to need Jordan Poole to get hot. He did have a couple of assists tonight in 10 minutes, which, he did go 0 for 4. Obviously, he looked terrible there, but he did get 2 assists. If he plays within the Warriors system and doesn't try and play hero ball, he can be effective, and he's going to get a shot at home because it's a home game. And I think if he gets it going, then maybe you got something. They can take game 5, and who knows what that does for his confidence in game 6.
Frank, what do you think on Poole? What are you seeing? Is it too late? Is there anything that can be said? Can he be rekindled here? Or, are you kind of leaning with, maybe going a different direction? What would you do if you coach this team going into game 5 with Jordan specifically?
I never give up on players. Never. And I would be inspiring him. I would be showing him tape. So when he played really, really well, I would have honest conversations between him and his teammates to talk about the healing that still needs to happen. He ain't right from that Draymond deal, man. I mean, you can't be right from that. I just don't believe that. I've been on too many teams. And, there's this okay, that happened. And then he walks into the gym and he's like $120 million richer. How do you think his teammates feel about that? So there's a lot of stuff surrounding this team. But the reality is, not to give him an opportunity actually is a disservice to Steph and Clay, because, these dudes are not dissimilar to great all-time great, like thoroughbreds. I mean, when I look at Steph, I look at Clay, both of them are heavier. They tell, Steph Curry's, he's built his muscles up. No. Those dudes are heavier. I don't care if it's fat. I don't care if it's muscle. When you're 35 years old and you got to carry that around for 4 quarters, you really feel it. And the recoil on Steph's shot late, it's not like it was, because he's tired. So I would put Jordan Poole in the game. Number one, like Dan made a very, very acute point. When Jordan came in, you could tell that the coaches had talked to him, because the ball didn't stick when it got to him. He caught the ball, he looked for the next pass, and he moved the ball. He did. He got in trouble when he felt that he was in a non-pass situation and he had to shoot. And he didn't listen to your advice, Larry, when you said, listen, when you see a driving lane, Jordan, go to the basket. You don't have to take that perimeter shot. He didn't listen. He was shooting shots, and he's not making those shots. And Kerr's like, yo, dude, did we discuss you driving to the basket? So he screwed up. I mean, confidence, for regular people, manifested itself in great professionals as well. I would not sit him down. I would give him an opportunity to prove people wrong and to go out and prove others right, because it helps the team. He's very capable. And if he's playing well, the Warriors are a much better team. So, I mean, you got to have a short memory as a player and as a coach. Put him out there. Talk to him about what you want him to do and see if he can go out there and actually do it.
Cy, what do you think? Tobin Ernst, by the way, says Warriors going to give Clay max money. I would say,
No.
Let me think about that for a second. That's going to be a no. It's going to be a hard no.
A hard no.
What do you think?
And
I mean, what's Kerr going to do with Jordan to try to jumpstart him? Because, I guess I'd want to get to the genesis of why are you not driving the hole? You can beat anybody off the dribble. I mean, think about it. We all play basketball. You know what you can do. You're either a slow guy who can shoot and you need to create space, or you're a fast guy and you can beat that guy off the dribble. He's the fast guy who can beat everybody off the dribble and so shows no interest in doing it. That's the frustrating part. It's like he fears going into the lane. I would say to the guy, look, I want you to beat the guy off the dribble, and I want you to attack the front of the rim, and I want you to cock it back like you're Ja Morant, and I want you to throw it down every single time, or if not, go to the foul line. That's what I want. I literally want you to highlight reel it back. You want to make highlight reels? Let's make highlight reels. Cock that thing back, and you throw it down with authority, or go to the line. Either way, guess what? We win. But you taking off balance, drifting threes like you're some combination of a wannabe Steph Curry and Larry Hughes, it ain't happening, buddy. It's not happening. So let's adjust. I can't believe that Kerr can't get him on his game. It's so obvious what he does well, and it's so obvious what he's not doing well, but he keeps doing what he doesn't do well repeatedly and ignoring his advantage. I mean, there's so many guys who wish they had the ability to beat guys off the dribble the way Poole does. And he has no interest. So is that because he's afraid of getting his shot blocked? He doesn't want to get bumped in the lane. He doesn't like the physicality. I don't know what it is, but we got to conquer that issue, talk about it, get it out in the open, and get him back on the beam, because to me, they can't do this without him. They got 3 games left, max. They hope they got 3 games left. They need him to ball out. How is that going to happen?
I don't know if it can. I mean, he's a 23-year-old kid who has, 1 full season under his belt, maybe 2, where he's been really productive, and he regressed this year. I mean, I've had so many people in my ear all season, like constantly complaining about this guy, going, why aren't you criticizing him? Why aren't you calling for his head? And I kept saying, look, he was the 6th man on a world championship team. But he also, I don't think this is not the time to hope and pray that he figures his game out. He's a young kid who's clearly lost it. I'm not saying he's lost it permanently, but I don't think this LA team is the right team for him or for the Warriors to experiment and hope that he reignites himself and finds himself. That it's not happening. I don't see how that's going to happen. He had an awful game tonight. He's had an awful postseason. He had 1 good game, and that was game 1 of the series, a game that they still lost. And I think if you play him, and they will play him, because Kerr, as we all know, is very stubborn in terms of, his loyalties, and he's loyal to Jordan. Jordan's one of his boys. He's going to play him no matter what. I wish he had that same trust for Kuminga and players who are actually 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", that could actually affect shots and make easy shots at the same time. But, his affinities for these little guys. I do not want to see Jordan Poole anymore this series. We're going to see it. That's a wish that I know is not going to get granted. But he's not an efficient player. He's lost his shot. If 2 assists is all you can cling to in terms of, like having hope, that's a lost cause in my book. And we're going to see him. I don't doubt that. The question is how many minutes and whether it's going to be so detrimental that the Warriors are going to, get eliminated. But I also think they'll win game 5 fairly handily. I don't know how you folks think, but I don't know what's going on with Jordan Poole. And then he's a 23-year-old kid who maybe the punch at the beginning of the year had something to do with it. Maybe he's in a shooting slump, and that's starting to affect everything, all parts of his game, because he is a shooter. I mean, that's who he is largely. Like, he's effective at attacking the paint, but he loves to shoot. He loves emulating Stephen Curry. Even when he was in Michigan, he loved taking those deep ass threes. And when they fall, it's great. And when they don't fall, it's ugly. And I don't think he's learned how to adapt when those shots don't fall yet. But this is not the time to ride it out with him when he is not making shit. I've been saying all along, man, the Warriors have no shot if they don't play bigs. They're not playing bigs. It's not a coincidence they're losing. Kerr is also, it's very disappointing that he did not adjust to Lonnie Walker eating them alive in that 4th quarter. There was no adjustment made. Kerr's response to Lonnie Walker making shot after shot after shot was standing there watching. That is not coaching. But the Jordan Poole thing, man, I would not roll with them, but they probably will, and it might cost them.
Hey,
Sean, go ahead, Frank.
No, I'm just trying to say that, I mean, Jordan is the only backup point guard they have on the team.
No, it's not. Dante DiVincenzo.
No.
Dante.
No. Dante is a lead combo guard. He's not a point guard. He's not. He can handle the ball, but you're talking best on best now. Jordan Poole can beat starters on really good teams. Dante can't do that.
Has he been?
No,
in
he
this
hasn't.
series?
No, he hasn't, but he can.
Okay, so why are you having this argument with me? I mean, what's the point?
This is not no. You put more pressure on Steph Curry. You actually make Steph less effective because you saw him in the fourth quarter tonight. He was not as efficient because he was tired. Because he has to shoot the ball, he has to pass the ball, he has to dribble, he has to guard LeBron on the post. He can't do it. None of those guys can do it. You have to play your young guys and live with the results. And you got to coach them up because Jordan has the ability to do it. Dante can't do it. GP2 can't do it. And Draymond can't really do it against smaller players. So we're not having an argument. We're having a discussion about basketball.
Yeah, no, whatever it is. But Frank, first of all, Steph did not have a bad game. He had a bad 3-point shooting night. If you take out the 3-point shots, which he missed a lot of, and a lot of those was forced, he was 9 for 16 from the field from 2.
No. Hold on, though. Some of those 9 makes were layups when she beat guys off the dribble.
Right.
But hold on. When Steph Curry shoots 3 for 14 from the 3-point line, he is tired. This guy has textbook form.
Shoot it less. Well, why? Like he should not have forced them.
But here's the thing. He's the only guy who's got it going.
He's the only guy.
What. Sai, you're saying shoot it less. I actually want him to shoot it more.
Shoot twos more. Shoot threes less.
Here's the thing. I think the overarching point that Red has made 4 or 5 times and that people have made periodically throughout the chat, and I'm looking for the guy because I saved it earlier. It was a great one, and it was basically that that Steph is, because they're going at him on the defensive end, he's gassed. And to me, that's what I saw. Like I'm critical of 3 or 4 things beyond Poole, of course, and that, he has been a circus and just he's got basically AWOL. But as far as the way this game finished in the fourth quarter, the things that bothered me the most were the Clay super deep 3 after he hit the corner 3, because that was like Clay trying to think I'm gonna get back instead of what's going on here tonight. Clay's got such a belief it's awesome, but it's like your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. In that case, he made a beautiful corner 3, but it was wide open. This one though was super deep. I've been watching the Warriors all season. He makes so few of those these days. He hits the front rim a lot even on his normal 3s. So the super deep 3 is I don't want that. I don't want any more super deep 3s for Clay. Steph, yes. Clay, no. And Clay's even better in the 2-point range. He's super money in the 2-point range. He should redefine himself in the closing parts of his career as more of a DeRozan 2-point marksman and lead the thing in shooting percentage instead of shooting 3s, even though he's one of the great 3-point shooters of all time. Just my opinion. But then he rushed that last 3 where he really, there was a guy on him. It was contested, but he rushed it. And there's 2 things I haven't seen him make this year. He doesn't make the rush 3 or the deep 3. And he took both of those in crucial situations. And then Curry took that deep 3 when he had AD on him, when he really had we got the baseline camera. So we're looking like a football game at the court. He had the entire right side of the floor wide open. But as Frank said, he's gassed. He's flat out gassed. So he's looking to shoot that instead of drive. He probably should have drove. There was a 1-point game. That's where I think I'm not going to say Kerr needed to call a timeout. It's a veteran team. They got titles, right? But I just think that he should have used his timeouts a little bit more aggressively because he knew he had Steph carrying the whole load and that they were going at him on the defensive end. And I thought he managed his minutes great in the game the Warriors won the other night. But this one, I thought he could have used Steph could have used a timeout. He could have used a blow at the end. I think it would have made a difference. So those are the 3 shots. And then of course the great Draymond turnover. That was also incredibly frustrating. But I thought Wiggins played very careless with the ball in the first half. I just look at this team. There's nothing. The there isn't there. It's like opening a sandwich and seeing nothing. It's like Looney was awesome last round, but where is he now? I mean, and Jordan Poole was a huge player for them this year, but now when you need him, where is he? And Kuminga was a significant player for them down the stretch. He's a non-factor, and it's like you can have one guy like that, but you can't have four guys like that. And when that happens, and it's all on Steph, that's the way this thing. Steph's a true champion. I'm not going to be critical at all of the way Steph played tonight. I thought he was miraculous. I'll take even the bad shooting night because
triple-double.
It was a triple-double, and he was amazing. He was amazing. But and honestly, he's running out of gas, and he's 35. And the Warriors don't do enough to, even though Steph is an awesome half-court player with an incredible shot, he's so good at freeing himself up that the Warriors haven't really, figured out a way to consistently free him up. And so they got five guys out there, and they should be working so Steph gets the best shot, and they don't. They really don't. I mean, sometimes they do, but it's very, very infrequently that they help him out. Usually he's helping himself out. So I thought I called for that this afternoon. I was like, commit yourself to getting Steph as many shots as possible and as many good looks in the half court as possible. And I just didn't feel like they worked as a team to get him the looks. And by the fourth quarter, he looked tired.
Well, and that fourth quarter was horribly mismanaged again. I mean, Steph, Clay, Dre, they all played the whole quarter. They had no break. So, if they were gassed, as we all saw, why did they not come out for a few minutes here and there? Like that whole quarter was just mismanaged, man. Whether it was not playing Gary Payton II, other than the very beginning of the quarter, we never saw him again, even though he was a difference maker. Whether it was no adjustment to Lonnie Walker, who was just lighting him up left and right, no adjustment to LeBron James, constantly going screen after screen after screen until he kept getting that Stephen Curry mismatch, which plays to LeBron's favor every time. I saw no adjustments at all, man.
What adjustment would you want them to make on the screen roll?
Call a timeout and
then
talk it out. So that
once they come back on the floor, what's the adjustment?
Make sure Steph is not isolated on LeBron.
How do you do that? There's only
either
two
double,
ways.
either don't fall for those switches, and either you double until Steph can fall to the proper defender and let someone else punish you.
Which guy you want to double? Lonnie Walker's guy, Austin Reeves' guy.
Well, that's when you got to bring. Then maybe you got to bring other better. Then maybe you got to bring other better defenders out there. I mean, Carl, you've coached. How would you handle that situation?
There's only one way to handle that if you want to get him off. And that's what the Warriors used to do when they played Cleveland. Steph would have to go under the screen roll, allow the defender to slip through,
yes,
and force LeBron to not get the screen roll. The challenge with that is eventually he's going to be able to turn the corner and go downhill because you got two defenders out of position.
And he's not as good at that now, though. I mean, to just let that happen in the fourth was
well. It happened on one play, but unfortunately, LeBron dropped his shoulder. He missed the shot, but he got fouled because Steph unfortunately reached. It's a chain reaction. The chain reaction is Jordan Poole, who should be playing about 24 minutes a game, 25 minutes a game, playing 10. If that's the case, you've got Looney, who normally would play 20 minutes. He now gets 10. It's forcing other guys to play an extended period of time. And the challenge with Gary Payton late was they needed another shooter on the floor because they had to have a threat because the Laker defense was now starting to load up for Steph. And they couldn't have 3 non-shooters on the floor or 3 non-creators on the floor and 2 non-shooters.
Except they did the whole game and it was working fine. And then
they were. What happened was, Peyton found a way to slip inside, and they were finding him by making the extra pass.
And what happened late?
It's like they abandoned the plan.
I
don't think. I don't know.
How they
I don't agree with that.
I don't know if they. I don't know if. I just felt like the Warriors, by not putting Peyton out there, stopped testing them. And then, they didn't have to worry about anybody going backdoor. Because the Lakers did a nice job extending on the Warriors shooters in the fourth quarter. I mean, it wasn't like they left wide open lanes. I don't know. It's a frustrating night for sure. GTC Real says Poole is done. He's checked out tonight. Tells you that. even if he does play, there's nothing there, no bench, no bueno.
And for me, troubleshooting, it's one thing I pride myself on. You try every possible option until you find the answer. Darvin Ham started playing Lonnie Walker, who was not part of the rotation early in the series, and it paid off. Kerr's response was nothing. He started Gary Payne II. It was working great. Gary Payne II was actually playing real minutes. We thought he was out of the rotation entirely. It was actually great to see him again, but it came at Jermichael Green's cost. So now Jermichael's gone, and you lost one of the only bigs you're playing. And B, this thing that was working great for you, you just abandon when it matters most. And
but they went with Moody, and Moody knocked down a big three. He got a backdoor layup. He had some big rebounds. At some point, you were going to keep your big three on the court. We knew Steph, Dre, and Clay were going to be on the court. The question was, who was going to be the other two? Wiggins was on the floor, of course, because he's a scoring option, and he's their best perimeter defender, particularly to guard LeBron.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with Kerr's coaching tonight. I thought Kerr was way above average, man.
You know, Popovich used to take out Tim Duncan in pivotal moments. He didn't have this like blind loyalty to his star players. No. Kerr he's a good coach, not a great coach. Tonight was a perfect example of that. You can't just have blind loyalty to players.
How can you say that he's not a great coach when he's won 4 titles?
Yeah, he's a great coach. I mean,
because he's ridden the coattails of superstar players. It's not a coincidence he had Michael Jordan, Tim Duncan, Greg Popovich, Phil Jackson, Stephen Curry. He rode coattails of greatness.
Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
He's a role player, man. He's a coach.
Sorry. Mark
Robert
Jackson.
Horry, you like a brilliant person?
Listen, Mark Jackson's a friend of mine, right? Mark Jackson came in and resurrected this Warrior organization. Kerr masterminded this offense that is a combination of Arizona, San Antonio, and the triangle. Nobody saw that coming. Now, Bob Myers said it was partly luck that Draymond Green became this point forward stuff, but you know what? You got to give Kerr the credit that he deserves. I mean, the guy is a brilliant mind, basketball mind, but he's not perfect. He's stubborn, and that's okay. You know, but he is a great coach. He's a phenomenal coach. And
He's good.
Oh, man.
I'll disagree. I think he is a great coach, but I will say this. Let's call this out for what it is. Yeah, you get into problems, and you know, basketball teams are no different than your company or business. You get into problems when you have different standards for different employees. And that's what's happened this year. He's holding Jonathan Kuminga to real high standards, and he's not holding Clay and Steph and Draymond to those standards because they're this is the problem and the theme of this year. They have two teams. They have the team that's done it and has ultimate respect, and they're constantly being given respect and honored and this and by Kerr, and that's great. But when you have two differing standards, and I really believe that Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga have much more difficult standards. They can't do things on the floor that Thompson can get away with, or Green, or because those guys have got rings.
That's a valid point.
It's natural. It's human nature, right? I mean, I don't know how you get around that.
It's
I mean, you do want to trust your champions, but at the same time, we all know that wears like shit over the course of a long season, and guys are getting worse. Other guys are getting better. And it's like, who's better, Klay Thompson or Moses Moody? Well, it's Klay Thompson, career. But at some point in this lineage, guess what? It's going to be Moses Moody. But are the Warriors going to allow that to happen? Or is it going to be like, oh, no, Klay's better because Klay used to do this? Or is Moses Moody now better because Moses Moody did this tonight? Do you see what I'm saying? When you have two different standards, and I really believe that this has been kind of a fundamental conflict surrounding this team all year, is I really believe Steve has held the young guys, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, to really, really high standards and not holding his champions to those exact same high standards. He's looked the other way, as Klay has done a lot of ridiculous things. He's done everything he can to coax everything out of Draymond, but he looks the other way. He gives these guys huge benefit of the doubt. and I think it's screwed with their chemistry a little bit, and it's slowed the growth of these young guys. I don't think it's his best coaching year. I think it's one of his worst coaching years. And they spent a good portion of the year wasting minutes with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. And I'm not saying that those guys are bad basketball players, but your charge was to win games while developing young talent. But the young talent wasn't Lamb and Jerome. It was Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman. And from what I can tell, he's 1 for 3. One guy's gone. The other guy's mired on the bench. Moody's the only guy who's come through on the other end. But even now, when I watch Moses Moody, you know what I think, guys? Where the hell has this guy been? Why couldn't you couldn't use this guy in January and February? You're telling me if you had put him on the floor that you were suddenly going to lose all these games and not make the playoffs? Wrong. You were going to make the playoffs. You ruined this season by sitting there and playing these guys that have no impact on your future to chase a few more wins, maybe at the expense of the development of your young core. And now look where you're at.
I still think
you got to May and you really haven't developed your guys.
I think
Wiseman's in Detroit. Moody's sporadic minutes, and Kuminga's banished. So we're going to sit there and say Kerr's the greatest. I love Kerr. I think Cy's wrong. I think you're right. I think he's a genius coach. I think he's a genius guy. Wow. Yeah, I do. I really think he's a genius in a lot of ways. He understands how to manage people, but this year has been a challenge that is greater than he's been able to meet. And he's made a lot of mistakes along the way, trying to respect the guys with the rings and bring this whole team along. And in reality, he's got a lot of good young players that didn't develop this year that should have. And I blame him. So I don't think it's one of his better years.
One thing I'll say, Larry, about Kuminga, we don't know what's going on at, inside practices. He did play last year.
He played this year
in the playoffs, and he also played this year down the stretch. Something happened in that Sacramento series where Kerr lost complete trust, and how he responded to that somehow irritated the coaching staff to the point where.
Danny, you're 100% right. You're probably 100% right. But my thing is this: at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you only have so many guys on your team. And what Frank said, I think, is the most salient thought on this. He said he would never give up on players, and I think there's clear times this year that Kerr has given up on Kuminga, and how's that benefiting him? He's a 6'9" athletic, should be a defensive menace, rebounding menace. And he hasn't been able to either get through to him. Coaching is about getting through your message or carving out a role for him. Jonathan Kuminga we all know, is good enough to play a role on any NBA team. He is good enough. And whether, somebody will reach him, somebody will get it out of him. It just hasn't happened this year. And it's had a major impact on where they're at right now because they don't have a lottery pick, and they had the second pick in the draft and wasted it, and then they had a lottery pick 7th overall and 2 lottery picks that basically haven't done a whole lot simply because you had to play Anthony Lamb. And here we are in May. Where's Anthony Lamb? He's a total non-factor. I think Moody's not developed and Kuminga's not playing.
Yeah, and I think if we were on the inside and we were writing a book on this season, and we had inside, information, access to everything that was going on. I think you could say, in one hand, Kerr, it hasn't been his best season. But on the other hand, I think you could say this may be his best season because I think this team is in shambles. I think they've been fractured since day one, and it's been a nightmare. And I bet if you were on the inside, you could see this team has not gelled together all year long. And if they end up losing, especially if they lose early in this series in 5, you will hear a lot. There'll be a big shakeup. I think Kerr could resign after this year personally. I really do.
He told me, Danny, in an interview that I did with him a month and a half ago that he absolutely will be back, that he loves coaching, and that, he's doing his dream job and he doesn't yearn to do anything else, and he expects to be the Warrior coach for years to come.
I hope
Now,
so.
if that would be a pretty dramatic reversal if you're right. I'll say that because that's what he said on their flagship station 6 weeks ago.
But you know what, though? I mean, yo, man.
Things change. I know.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years in today's world of coaching is like 15 to 20. You know, that mountain that he's been climbing is pretty darn high. I'm pretty darn high at this point. So, I mean, I hope he comes back because I want to see how he recovers from this. Because although I think he is a brilliant basketball mind, I think he's a hell of a coach. He's not perfect. He's not perfect. I was texting, with my college coach earlier tonight. I love the guy. He won 650 games. And guess what? We had our battles. And to think that 30 years later, I'm still in contact with my college coach because they're not perfect people. What Kerr did this year to Wiseman, to Kuminga, to Moses Moody, he failed, right? He failed because they're good players and they're good kids. They're not perfect. And just because they don't fit into this box that you expect them to because they're getting paid and they're professionals, it doesn't matter. It's your job, it's your coach's job to develop these young men because you're going to need them. And guess what? They need them right now. Lonnie Walker, listen, Lonnie Walker is the same guy who has been playing for 20 games. The guy is a good player. He was a 5-star recruit out of high school, first-round draft pick, San Antonio Spurs. But how he dealt with adversity is the antithesis of how these young men have dealt with it because you don't see Kerr wrapping his arm around his players. You never see that. And it's important because it's not always going to be strawberries and ice cream. You got to deal with the tough stuff. And Steph Curry, you know what? His dad was a pro. He's a different kid. Draymond came from Saginaw, Michigan. No one's going to stop Draymond from getting to where he was. Klay Thompson, his dad was the number 1 overall pick. These are different people. And Kerr and his staff, and aside, I get you. He's brilliant, but he's not perfect. And this was a time for him to develop these young men, and it just didn't happen. It's coming back to haunt them right now. So
I don't think you can fault him, though, for Wiseman. Wiseman wasn't very good in Detroit either.
No, hold on. But
they drafted him. They were,
I know, but
they didn't have to draft him. Remember, there was they could have drafted, I don't know, Tyrese Halliburton or who went third, LaMelo.
Yeah,
he's not a bum, Dan. I know people want Wiseman to fail. Maybe Detroit won't reach him, but
I hope he makes it. I like Wiseman, but I just don't think he was developed enough because he hadn't played much and he had got all these injuries and then he had COVID. He just missed. And I think the Warriors wanted to play him this year, but every time he went out there,
Danny, let's be honest,
he was
Danny,
out there, it was a mess.
The Warriors made a big emphasis on hiring Jokic's coach, right?
Yeah.
Delos, Carl, what's Delos? Do you know Delos Milosevic or I forget?
Maybe he said, "Hey, I don't see any hope for him." Possibly.
And they had another developmental coach, and there was this whole article written about it in the offseason. The Warriors are going to try to do two things at once. They're going to try to develop guys at 5 o'clock and win games at 7 o'clock. And it's all sounded great. The two timelines, and I get it. You know why? Because I did a tour with Radnich in that stadium at the beginning, and it's so pimp, it's so deluxe, it's so the largesse of the Chase Center is so significant that the Warrior business people literally challenged the Warrior basketball people to have a team that never ever was bad because the place was so opulent and so expensive that it's like it's almost going to demand that the team be good. Otherwise, people aren't going to pay those prices. Right. So they kind of challenged their basketball people. And so Joe, I'm sure, when faced with the idea of we could have two timelines and really extend our championship window, and people will be coming through the turnstiles for years. And there's a reason that the draft works the way it works, where the best teams get the worst picks and the worst teams get the best picks, because the worst teams, you need to develop, and those teams need to so it's like the Warriors got a top pick despite the fact they're one of the best teams. And they just couldn't ever. They did fail in their development of Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. If I gave them a grade right now, I would give them an F. James is in Detroit. You only got Gary Payton. Kuminga's persona non grata, and some in some weird frame of mind that he can't contribute. And Moody is just one of the greatest guys of all time. I've done like 3 different interviews with him, and he's just now, after like going through the ringer, I feel like building up his own confidence based on just the fact that of who he is. I don't feel like they've done a lot to cultivate his confidence. I just think he's persevered through it, and he's come out the other end. So I don't know what to say. I would love to sit here. Believe me, I like Steve Kerr. You know, Tommy's a good friend of mine. He's Kerr's best buddy. You think I want to rip Kerr and be negative on Kerr? I love Kerr. And I love talking to Kerr, and I got great respect for Kerr. But if he was sitting right here, I'd say, Steve, I love you. I respect the hell out of you. But whatever the plan was this year with the kids didn't work. And, you know, we need to reevaluate that. And the wisdom of the 2 timeline thing, it maybe doesn't jive. Maybe it doesn't, you can't make it happen. You know, I mean, it sounds good and it's good for business, good for Joe, but I don't know that it's good for, I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if you can win that way. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, they literally have 2 different teams, and it felt like maybe Kerr had 2 different standards for those 2 different teams. And I think that doesn't wear well over the course of the year. And that, I think that could be the source of friction sometimes.
I saw the vision that Bob Myers laid out, and I absolutely loved it. A huge reason why this season is a failure is because you had a front office and a coaching staff divided. You know, and Kerr must have signed on initially because they work together even with personnel decisions. But, you know, the vision was clearly you're going to play these 3 youngsters, right? The 3 lottery picks, and develop them during the season. You know, people use this word development like really loosely. Like, it's not like these 3 are like completely raw individuals who have no concept of playing basketball. Like, if they had been used in a sense that was a mix and match scenario where they were being played with veterans consistently in the lineups, instead of the Warriors using this really potent starting 5, which, you know, net rating showed was the best in the NBA by far, which is Looney, Draymond, Wiggins, Clay, and Steph. But then like and the beginning of the season, like that was the strategy. They had this starting 5 with the veterans, their top players, and then coming off the bench, they had like these weird lineups at the very beginning of the season where you had like Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga playing together, and then with DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green, and that didn't work, right? And so you needed to integrate them with veterans. But Kerr decided like 10 games in, if not sooner, maybe 5 games in, I don't want to do this. Like I changed my mind on this. And it clearly created a division because the entire season, the construction of this roster was based on the premise that you were going to bring these 3 players along. They were going to help you during the regular season. There were going to be bumps along the way, clearly. I mean, they were young players, but that they were going to develop. And by the time the postseason came around, they were going to be serviceable and help you win a championship. But instead, Kerr abandoned that plan 3 games in, 5 games in, decided to start giving Moody's minutes to Ty Jerome, gave Kuminga's minutes early on to Anthony Lamb, and then Kuminga eventually started getting a run, but still, we don't see him now. So, and this is where Kerr lost me this year. I've always been on page with him until this season, but this regular season was just, it was horrible. It was an absolutely horrible job. You're a defending world champion. You're trying to fight for Steph's 5th title, and the way you handled the season resulted in the worst road record by a defending world champion, a 44-38 record, which led you as a 6th seed for a defending world champion, and now they're on the brink of this season ending the way it is. So Kerr horribly mismanaged this season, and I saw Bob Myers' vision, and I agreed with it. Every single year that they've had a vision, it's made sense, at least to me. I foresaw what was going to happen 12 months in advance. This year, I saw it again, and honestly, everyone seemed to be on board until Kerr decided he didn't like it, and then you have Kerr apologists left and right, all who just think he's just genius. I don't like using the word genius, Larry, for Steve Kerr, because Bill Walsh was a genius.
I know,
Bill
but
Walsh was a genius.
But I mean, I think
Steve
is really, really capable. I think Steve could do a lot of more significant societal jobs than be a basketball coach. And I've talked to him about it. I think he's a really, really bright guy. I just think that this year, I mean, just like anything, man, it's like, you know, Barry Bonds is great. sometimes he had a bad year. Sometimes he has a great year. Steve Kerr is a great coach. He's the U.S. Olympic coach, and he is an outstanding manager of guys. And he brings the whole team along generally. But if really you got to amend that this year, it's like he brings the whole team along except Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. And they didn't go along this year. And I don't know what happened. And maybe it was too big of a hurdle. And maybe maybe it has more to do with the interpersonal relationships between the veterans and the kids. Maybe it's the competitive nature of the thing. I don't know. But I think if he were here and he was being totally like candid, he would admit that this has been a trying season and that things have not gone well. And, they did not overachieve. If anything, they probably underachieved, in my opinion. And
Big time.
I just think that this, the focus, the excuses, all the things, and the team, the organization did a nice job of resting their talent throughout the year. I like that part of it. But where was the 5 o'clock development that we were promised, and where's the plan? Why were you investing so many minutes in a year where you needed to invest big minutes in your young players? Why did you invent other guys to step in front of them that aren't a part of your future? I mean, that's the most baffling thing. It's like, what, do you intentionally want to stall? It's the NBA. That means 16 teams make the playoffs. You couldn't make the play. To me, the goal should have been make the playoffs. I don't care what seed. Why? Because we need to develop a roster more than we need wins, and we can win the title out of any seed if we're playing well. But they didn't get to the we're playing well because he never got everybody going. He had to trade Wiseman, and GP2 was hurt, and all these injuries and age and youth, and it hasn't gone well.
Here's my biggest issue with Kerr, and I didn't realize this until very late, is that he's got a massive ego. And huge egos turn me off so much, man. Like it's a plague of humanity, in my opinion. I fucking loathe ego. And he's got a huge one, man. He's got immediate people fired. Quindary Weatherspoon is gone because of that big ego. And that same ego is, I think, why oftentimes players are playing minutes longer than they should, because he's stubborn and he thinks he's right. And when I've learned that side of, I know all these coaches and players have it, but there's also healthy levels of it and unhealthy levels of it. And when Quindary Weatherspoon was shit canned because he spoke out about what role he basically spoke out and said he thinks he deserves to be a guaranteed player. That got him fired, man. That's fucked up. So when that happened, I suddenly started looking at him in a little different light. And coupled with the fact that, Gary Payne II wasn't going to be on this team a year ago. He got waived. He only stayed on this team because he survived waivers. So there's things. I can give you a list of Kerr decisions he's made over the years. It's kind of made me,
but I mean, wait, before you go off on that,
I'm not going to.
One of the things that Kerr always has done, it's like he's super loyal to the guys who have won for him. That in and of itself in a vacuum is a great thing. But the example that you just cited, if he really was blind about, I'm just going to listen to Draymond, Steph, and Clay, they would have had Avery Bradley and not GP2. So the fact of the matter is, sometimes you got to listen to your players. Sometimes you got to just hear your players.
Agreed.
And do what you think's the right thing.
Well, let's look at this though. If you look at on scale for the past decade of what the Golden State Warriors have done as an organization, on par with any other organization that's out there, their decision-making has been very, very consistently highly successful. Every organization, you could go through their roster, you could go through their season, you could find disgruntled players, you could find rhythm and chemistry issues and continuity challenges. That stuff just happens. We just watched the Los Angeles Lakers literally go through 3 rosters in one season. They finally found a group that could play a style of basketball that could be successful, but it took a guy that they weren't planning on playing in this series hardly at all for that guy to get a chance for them to get their 3rd win. Because if he doesn't play in the 4th quarter, they're not winning tonight. Sometimes the tremendous fall off after a tough loss is so huge that we all jump over the line and we all end up falling into the pit. At the end of the day, this game was in the balance in the fourth quarter in the last 2 minutes, and the Lakers made a couple of plays to get a playoff victory. The Warriors get an opportunity on Wednesday to come back and see, can they correct the ship, make some other adjustments, get some other guys playing well, particularly a couple of guys that can hit open shots. And if they win that game, we've got a whole new thing to talk about going into the game after that.
Because if we're going to
beat up,
here.
If we're going to beat up a champion,
I have the whole script. I got a copy of it.
I can't get on that ship because I think Steve Kerr is a really good coach. I think he's one of the better coaches to coach in the last 25 years. And I think he understands how to use pieces and how to sell guys on his structure and his system extremely well. But if there's ever going to be a perfect human being to coach a basketball team, he left here, unfortunately. It's just not going to happen. Red Auerbach had to have great players.
I think
Phil Jackson had to have great players.
I think we have a couple conversations, though. And Larry, I'm with you in that the heartbeat of every organization is the development of your young players. It really is. And for whatever reason, they fell short over the past couple of years. And sometimes the lack of development has nothing to do with actual basketball. It might be just not jiving with the coach. And when that happens, then the other coaches or the coach needs to have some type of internal system that says, wait a minute, let me step away and focus on what my objectives are, which are to develop these players. That didn't happen. I don't call this season a failure. They beat the number 3 seed, right? They beat Sacramento. And the NBA is better this year. And their margin for error, even with those young guys, was going to be smaller than it was in previous years. And these heroes that have been created, the Steph, the Clays, I can't believe how well Clay's playing. In spite of his mishaps, his hero ball at times, because that's what it is. When Clay takes a bad shot, it's Clay saying, you know what? Forget about what the percentages say. I got this. No, you don't, Clay. You need to pass the ball. You need to get a better shot. So I can't wait to Wednesday because I think this team, even Jordan Poole didn't make it to this level by not being a competitor. He's just flustered. He's embarrassed. He probably feels lonely within the organization because your teammates, those are your brothers. You know, I don't know if everybody's wrapping their arms around Jordan Poole. I doubt it. So he has to find a way to get back to what got him to the NBA because it's still there. I'm rooting for the guy. I really am because I don't want to see the Golden State Warrior fans not visualize their team winning potentially their last game of the year on their home court. And I know that's going to jack these guys up. It's going to jack Kerr up. All of these problems hanging on the periphery, we'll deal with those later. Let's focus on the game and go out and play with energy, heart, and determination and let the cards fall where they may. You know?
Yeah, I could guarantee you the Warriors on their flight home and everything, they're not discussing what we're discussing about the downfall of the team. They're focused on winning Game 5, and I believe they realize that they can still win this thing. I don't think this thing is over. Does it look bleak?
Are you saying it's over?
I'm not saying it's over because I think if you win Game 5, you just proved you've lost. There's been 2 games that have been blowouts and 2 close games down to the wire, and the Warriors lost both of those. They can win Game 5, I believe, fairly handily. I'm not saying it's going to be a blowout like 27 points, but I think it could be 8 points or better. I also believe they go into Game 6 with momentum, realizing they've been there before twice. They were in Houston in Game 6. They were in or they had to win Game 6. They were down 3-2 to Houston. They were down 3-2 in OKC.
I don't think anybody, Danny, is debating the ability that they have to potentially pull it off. It's just, to me, what's
They've
more
never lost a
compelling. What's
Western
more compelling
Conference
to me
game
is just
or series.
how this eroded this quickly, because like I watched this team down the stretch, and they were getting contributions from a lot of guys right now are struggling, and I wonder if just is it the pressure, you think, or is it the Lakers defense? How about this one from M. Patel? What do you guys think of this one? Lakers are the bigger, younger, hungrier team. The Warriors are awful on the road. This was expected. What do you think of that comment?
It's a futile comment. When we looked at game one and the Lakers won, guess who one of the guys that we were talking about really was causing the Warriors problems? Hachimura. Really has not showed up for 2 games. They got a monster effort out of him in game one. They got a monster effort out of D'Angelo Russell in game 3. They got an amazing effort out of Dennis Schroeder in game 3. Tonight, they happened to get a monster fourth quarter out of Lonnie Walker. The Lakers' formula for winning has been guys that weren't their starters, not Anthony Davis, not LeBron. They've done what we've expected. They've played well. They've had some struggles from time to time, but they have actually been able to put an imprint on the game. The Warriors' issue in the fourth quarter in 2 games that were close, they could not make big shots when they had opportunities to knock down big shots.
It's true.
It's a make or miss league still. And nobody expected Lonnie. Nobody expected Hachimura in game 1 to play great. If the Warriors want to win this series, they need Jordan Poole to show up, the real Jordan Poole. And if he's on the bench side, they will not be winning game 5.
Why are you so certain of that? Game 5? I guarantee they win game 5 no matter what. Like game 5 is although I said that for game 4, but you think Jordan Poole is that? They almost won tonight without him. What I mean,
the reason why they didn't win is because a guy who's a shot maker wasn't available for the fourth quarter. He didn't touch the floor. And guess what? They scored 17 points, and Lonnie Walker and Austin Reeves together scored 22. That's the challenge.
Some people are saying in the chat to my comments of the 3-1 different team. What's different about this team? The only difference is Otto Porter Jr. That's a big difference. He was a key guy. He was a great, on the boards. But Bielitsa didn't contribute much in the playoffs
yes, he did.
last year. Not a whole lot. He didn't even play hardly against Boston, did he?
Yes, he did. He played 11 minutes.
He was a good system piece.
Yeah, I guess he did.
He had some role. He had some games.
He had some role, yeah.
By the way,
basically, it's the same.
We have a new channel member.
To the same team.
New channel member. I always give a little clap. Abdul Basid Abdullahi. Thank you for being a new YouTube member of the Krueger Show.
All right,
appreciate you.
I'll just say this about
tonight, guys. This has to be the record number of chats I think I've ever seen.
How many in there? We can't. I can't see how many in there.
There's still 525 people in the room.
Wow.
But so the show's as we're 6 minutes from midnight. But also just the number of people that have commented and the comments. There's got to be 25,000 comments here.
What?
It's just ridiculous. It's just the entire show. All I've done the entire time is just go down, 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 down. Here we are, finally caught up with the chat.
This is a great show, Larry.
It's an unbelievable.
No, it's great.
I'm having a ball.
Let me hit a couple of these starred chats for a second, and then we'll.
Hey, can we say night to Sean? He went to bed early on us.
Yeah, he's got a baby, and it's the you guys know. The way it's when you get 5-6 people in the room and everybody's passionate, and it's hard to get a word in, and there's it's just sometimes it's tough. If we're sitting in a bar, this would be like a bar, right? Like he's always got one buddy who's like, "Hey, bro, I got to get home." No problem, man.
Can I say this real quick because I want to say something
and get him out of there. Danny,
I'll say something real quick. People
Go
are
ahead.
misunderstanding me. I said that
People
3-1,
often
they're
misunderstand you.
being down 3-1. I'm not comparing this team to the 2016 team that played OKC. I'm saying this is a defending champions. You act like this team is not capable of coming back from a 3-1 deficit. They've got 2 of the 3 at home. If they happen to be able to get past game 6, win game 5 and 6, the momentum is
over. But look at how
I'm not saying
here.
it's over. I'm not saying they're going to win it. But
I mean,
I'm not playing doom and gloom either. I think you take one game at a time.
Right.
You go out and you win game 5. All of a sudden, game 6, you can play with the Lakers in LA. They did it tonight. So
here's the reality, Danny. Beyond this series, the Lakers have had ownage on the Warriors all year. Now, granted,
Sure.
Steph wasn't there for 3 of those games.
It's not a great matchup for the Warriors.
The Warriors have, it's just it is a bad matchup, and the Lakers play well, and LeBron. And the sad thing here is LeBron is a shadow of what he used to be in this series, based on what I've seen. But guess what? AD has stepped up, and tonight, Lonnie, whatever Walker carried him to the finish line. I'll forget that name in 3 days. All right, let me. I'm joking. I've loved that kid for a while. He doesn't seem like he's lost his identity with his hair, because he used to have just the most identifiable hair, and now to me, I've always been a fan of his athleticism. I mean, he's got I'd say maybe 40-inch vert, and this guy's got major talent. I mean, this guy, if you saw this guy just playing the pro-am at Kezar, you'd be like, who the hell's that guy? You know what I mean?
Lonnie Walker?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
he stands out as an athlete.
Well, you asked me what adjustments if I was Darvin Ham, what adjustments I'd make. That when we did our segment the other day, I told you, Lonnie Walker, he's a baller, man. The Lakers used up their mid-level on him. He's I mean,
and you know what? The Lakers did the one thing that's undeniable, where the Lakers are clearly better than the Warriors. I really believe this. I always have. You win when you got a lot of guys in their prime, and they have a ton of guys. I mean, we think of them as old, but LeBron's old. They've remade this team. All these guys are basically in the prime of their career. So you got a deep team, and they always seem like they got another guy to go to, where the Warriors bench, as we've talked about, for a number of reasons, has kind of dwindled, and Steve Kerr's options are not what they were even a month ago. Let me get through some of these real quick.
He's not using his options either. I mean, again, you're two of your biggest guys. You're Michael Green, 2 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga's DNP this whole series. It'd be nice. I would agree and say that if he was actually utilizing his bench instead of just using the same tiny players over and over again and leaving his bigs rotting away, which is a problem, I think.
Yeah, I know I've spoken out on this whole thing about the Warriors, and a lot of people are shredding me, telling me I'm lost my mind and all that, which is fine. Go ahead and think that. I don't care. But I think the rest
you've
of the panel,
been shredded before.
I think the rest of the panel, maybe not Larry, but the other 3 of us on here still believe the Warriors, and you guys have said it, still believe the Warriors can win this series.
Of course they can. Hey,
yeah.
The Laker bench, and everybody's talking about what the Warriors aren't doing. Until the fourth quarter, the Laker bench had 8 points, and those were Dennis Schroeder's. He hit a bucket in the fourth quarter. Lonnie Walker had 15 in the fourth quarter, and Hashimura made 1 bucket earlier. Gabriel played a total of 1 minute. They played 8 guys tonight. Lonnie Walker got picked literally just by choice, because they didn't go to some of the other guys they've gone to, like Brown and some of the other guys that they've played earlier in the series. They were hoping that he could give them a spark. They weren't expecting he was going to become the second coming of Kobe Bean. Yeah. But that's who he was in the fourth quarter. I mean, stuff happens. This is the playoffs. It's tough. It's tough winning. This is the semifinals. If you want to get to the finals, ask the Boston Celtics, who lost last night to Philly. They don't want to keep playing Philly. The Knicks are going to go to game 5 like the Warriors, down 1-3. But if they can find a way to compete and rebound the basketball, the thing they do best, they're not doing as well, they might be able to extend that series. This stuff's tough, man. It's tough.
I would start Jordan Poole at home on game 5.
You would?
Yes, I would start him. I mean, he plays his best basketball at home. And they got nothing to lose. They got everything to gain.
You're right.
I mean, he had 0 points. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
I would
so-
love to see them just come out and just blitz LA with energy and see if they can make that. To me, one of the things that they got to do, they're not going to be able to do 3 knockdown, drag out battle royales. They're going to have to get an easy one. And if they can get this next one easy because they blitz them with tons of speed and energy, and the Warriors and they're up big and they can sit Steph and sit Clay, and you know what I'm saying, and then gather for Game 6. They're gonna have to win in LA. They're gonna have to win in LA.
No, the best formula for them, Larry, would be to play Game 6. Right. I'm like Red. I think Steve Kerr may throw a screwball and put Jordan out there early to try to get him going. Have a tough drag out, knockout that in the fourth quarter you outplay the Lakers, and then save their best for last on the road. Imagine if they beat the Lakers by a dub spot on the road. There would be so much fear in Los Angeles, so much fear amongst their team of their ability to go into a Game 7 after losing 2 in a row. The last thing LBJ wants is to be on the other end, like Dan said, of a 1-3 loss. So they need a character game next game. They need to execute late and make big plays. They know Gary Payton's going to show up. They got to hope that JaMychal Green could show up and maybe give them 8 minutes. They got to hope that guys coming off the bench can stay aggressive like DiVincenzo, and that Jordan Poole can play his tail off. They have to have a character win, because at some point you've got to show the mettle that we can get that tough playoff win like they did in Sacramento.
Well said. We got one super here from G2 the Universe who says Poole is wiping his tears with Benjamins right about now.
And it's worth noting, by the way, Lonnie Walker played.
Oh, go ahead.
He was playing garbage time minutes. Was it Game 2, and he played great. And Darvin Ham, that's how he got back into the rotation. And Darvin Ham was like, "Okay, you've earned." Jonathan Kuminga
quality NBA. Great. Come on, we all know NBA. He's a quality NBA player.
He is, but then Jonathan Kuminga plays great in garbage time. Last game, went 3 for 4 from the field in those last minutes. Hit his threes and DNP'd again. It's just, I feel like one coach is doing it right now, and one coach is not. Sorry, I digress.
A lot of interesting comments in the chat. Let me hit a couple of these on the starred chats. All right. Because we got some real good ones tonight. A bunch of people shouting at all you guys.
Yeah, put the ones up that kill us.
There's some in here that I gotta, I'm gonna have gotta be real careful. Mark Hope says Giants announced 20,000. LOL. There were maybe 8,000 there. I did peek at the Giants game. They lost to the Nets. It was let's just say this. There are more people on this live stream than I saw behind home plate. Okay. Right now, if there was a catcher sitting between Cyrus and Frank, we could be the Giants game.
Look at those empty seats. Does that look like 20,000 there? Those are field level, right on the field. Wow.
Danny, what's the motto? Danny,
what's the motto?
Yeah.
With the Giants?
Yeah, remember that they have a theme for the year, remember?
Oh yeah, nothing like it.
Nothing like it.
Yeah,
there's nothing like it. Giants baseball, there's nothing like it. Mitchell and Ness, why did Peyton run off the court during the game and Green passed it to the Laker bench? What are we doing? He threw up in his mouth. Was he ill all night?
We don't know for sure. That's a speculation, and which is that he got whatever Looney got. Remember, we talked about this, the danger of Looney being sick and just being around the team. So supposedly Gary Payton II puked, and then came back.
That's
Alex ATL says Clay literally shot Golden State out of the game. There you go. MF, love the sports talk. That's too negative of a comment for me. Hi there. Please phone on vibrate, please. Did somebody have their phone going off early in the show?
I didn't.
Danny?
Me and Red want the haterade, man.
Oh, it's coming. Dylan Brooks to the Warriors.
No.
Don't even wish that upon us. None of us.
If Draymond leaves and he accepts a vet min, I wouldn't immediately say no. I'd think about it a little bit, you know.
No, I don't want Dylan Brooks. I don't want him on my team. I like guys I like. I don't like Dylan Brooks. Alec Breitler, one of the great myths about the Warriors is that they are great in the last minute of a tight game. I've seen them chuck up a lot of bad shots and turnovers in those situations over the years. I would agree with that. But they do have those 4 rings, right? Andrew Worthington, Warriors keep missing wide open threes. They had plenty of chances to run away with this game, especially in the first half, guys. They just, there was, huge stretches where they couldn't get it going. MF, Larry, I can't get that Men's Warehouse commercial out of my mind. I mentioned last night on the show that I played golf with the late Vida Blue and George Zimmer from the Men's Warehouse.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And it was just an awesome round. It's like, I told stories about it last night on the show.
That's fascinating. George Zimmer was vilified for his weed usage back when there was unfortunately a stigma about that. Remember, I think he lost his company because he liked to smoke weed, if I'm not mistaken.
I asked him about that. I said, hey, man, you were on the cover of High Times.
What did he say?
Well, he's just like, I guarantee it. No, but no, cool guy. I'll tell you another time. Bruce R says Wiseman would not be a factor. I agree. People, I don't think none of us, I don't think, are saying if they had just had James Wiseman. Mike says Lonnie freaking Walker.
He killed him.
It's kind of a succinct way of summing it up there.
That hurt.
Jenny Vega. Larry. Hey, Jenny.
What's up?
She's very optimistic. The Bearded Lord. Don't talk about Wiggins. LOL. Wiggins missed wide open game.
That should be brought up. His 3-point shooting has just not been there this whole series. And I know his energy is probably depleted largely from guarding LeBron, but some of those are wide open, and they would have been difference makers in this game tonight. There were a few that, just hurts.
T1 makes a nice donation. What's the A? Does that mean he's international? It might mean he's an international. Danny, do you know? International traveler, you? Dan's like, I'm in Mesa. Give me a break. After the Green rebound, call a timeout. Steph, not clutch. Guys, I'm sorry. Also, Kuminga had a bad game, and that's it. He's done all series.
I don't know what bad game you're referring to.
It says he has a bad game.
I know, but when did he have the
he's
bad game?
He's saying
he had one bad game, and that's it. He's done all series.
No, I think what he's saying is he doesn't have a good game in him.
No. My read, we're deciphering this text.
Yeah.
But I would say he says also Kuminga had a bad game, and that's it. He's done all series, question mark. I understand what an exclamation point and some kind of an emoji. Why do people put emojis? Can anybody see what the hell that is?
Yeah, it's like an angry person that's swearing, but his mouth is bleeped out.
All right, just.
I only know that because it looks like the one
because you've used it before. All right,
I've used that before. Yes.
Tim Donaghy's crew. This team smells done to me. It's critical, but it might be honest. Mike, inspired my ass. Warriors are done. Seems kind of angry, but I like it.
Maybe.
Cheddar cheese. Clay S. the bed.
Yeah, Rocco's not sleeping with him tonight.
How's Bubba, by the way? How's Bubba?
He's good. He's chilling. Yeah, he's good.
CBD tonight?
It's a daily thing now. It's good for him.
Oh, yeah. He'll be hooked. Luke Luna, listen to these faux Warrior fans having the nerve to rag on Klay Thompson. You guys don't beat the Kings without Klay. He came off 2 horrible injuries, and he can still play a valuable role. It ain't his fault.
That's fair, but Luke, he's also like a $40 million.
You like the way I read that with emotion?
Yeah. Like you evoked his emotion. I
was like became Luke Luna.
But he's a $40+ million, like a year player. You can't win if he's not playing at a high level.
Carlo, Warriors need to trade for Fat Zion. You know what? He's talking about Zion Williamson.
Mm-hmm.
If Zion would lose some, I mean, it's not fat. He literally needs to lose like muscle mass because he just he's just too heavy. He's got 280's got to be max for him. He can't be he can't be I don't know what he is, but he's not. He needs to be the lightest he could ever be. He should go talk to LeBron or who was it that cut all kinds of muscle
Barkley,
mass?
Charles. Well, I mean, Charles Barkley cut a lot of fat. I mean,
fat.
The one person that I would talk to is Draymond Green.
Yeah, seriously.
Draymond he
figured it out.
He figured it out. He's disciplined, and I mean, listen, Zion Williams to me looks like he's over $3 bills, man.
Oh, no doubt.
Easy.
I mean, he would have to play at about say 275 max. You know, max.
Could you get him in a big package for Jordan Poole and other things?
No. I don't think so.
New Orleans wouldn't do it.
Kuminga, picks.
Yeah, New Orleans won't give him. I don't think they'll give him up.
No, they're not gonna do that.
All right. Hey, you can't fault me for asking.
I agree.
Caesar says, "Great call, Larry. Gentleman sweep." All right, Caesar. I see you throwing it in my face. MF, Frank is fire.
Okay.
Frank is fire.
Tonight, absolutely, brother.
Terradome. Oh, Terradome wanted to jump in here. Terradome. Terradome, I'll put it's too late.
Let's invite him to the 3-in-1 party when we come back.
Terradome.
I'm telling you, man, if that happens, that's a sweet justice. If the Warriors,
right.
I mean, I'm gonna fucking talk so much shit to every LeBron fan, like
it's right here. I got a copy of the script. The NBA
heard that.
It's going 7.
The question is, will you call Kerr a great coach if he comes back from 3?
I already said
you will owe him a huge apology.
No, I already said if the Warriors win the title this year, I'm never criticizing him ever again. He's got a pass for life. But you got
Terradome says truth. It was just a possession or two. Hey, Terradome, good to see you. Ajlam 88. Steph was tired. Lakers made him defend every possession.
True.
That is a great chat. That is spot on. No doubt.
Go to the zone. Switch it up. Don't allow LeBron one-on-one.
I'm glad you said that, Dan, because the defensive coordinator of this team is Kenny Atkinson. That I think he's the true problem in all this. Like, Kerr's an open-minded person. I love Kerr as a person, man, and I do think he's a good coach. I've never once said fire him, not once. But his reliance on Kenny Atkinson this year is his fault. Like, that's where he's failed, because Kenny Atkinson the defense sucks, and he took over for Mike Brown. His analytics approach sucks.
Kenny Atkinson tonight. Did you see him take out his iPad, walk over to Steve, say something, and then looked really pissed and sat down? And you could see there's a lot going on here, man. There's more going on here, a lot more going on here than meets the eye. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of people trying to go for their own personal contribution, and everything's not super hunky dory in Warrior Land. Like
one thing that I want to ask, this is kind of I don't know, maybe an awkward.
You mean alone?
Question. It's the last several years, the Warriors. I mean, it's largely. I mean, it's 90% African American league, right? Players, and you have had Mike Brown. You've had the tall. What was one of the other guys? The center. He used to play
Collins.
Collins. The players, do they? I mean, they relate a lot of times to these guys easier to be able to go confide in. Now I'm just saying it is an all white staff. It appears to me now. Is that maybe an issue?
You have a black guy.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Okay,
I didn't realize that
I think we're so beyond that when it comes to the NBA. The NBA is so cutting edge. Players don't. There's so much desire to get better. There's so much money on the line.
I'm just thinking of the young guys.
Nobody cares at all other than, can you make me better? If you can make me better, then I can make more money for my family. I don't think anybody cares who coaches them, where they're from, what language they speak, what they look like, if it's a man or if it's a woman. I don't think the players care. I think that it's the one area where they're so focused on themselves and their goals that it's like, hey, can they help us achieve our goals?
Larry,
Yes. Then we want them. Yeah.
It doesn't matter until it matters, you know. And I don't know what the dynamic is on that team, but you know, I mean, these guys come from some different backgrounds. They're young.
That's what I'm talking about, the young guys.
You know, they have a lot of money. Like I look at Kuminga. I mean, this dude, as far as I'm concerned, he should have went to college. Man, this guy went to like 3-4 different high schools.
Separated from his family.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, he was around B. Shaw, who I swear by, and I know most of us do that know B. Shaw, but it wasn't a long time. It was during the pandemic. I think Kuminga probably would have been more conditioned to play professional basketball had he gone to like a Kansas or you know, someone like that, where he's going to have to deal with that maturation process. He never had to do that. He got his money just like the veterans got his money. He's been given a lot, and he's probably a great kid, but he was not as conditioned to deal with the ups and downs of professional basketball because it's not.
What do you mean by he was given a lot, Frank? What do you mean by that exactly?
Literally, since he was 14 years old, he's been destined to be a professional basketball player.
Right. But what do you mean? What was he given it? Because there's actually just a profile piece. Like he hasn't been. I feel like that's the opposite of my understanding of Jonathan. Like he's never had anything handed to him. Like every single thing.
I'll ask you a question. All right. So he played for G League Elite, right?
Yeah.
After high school. They get paid
after high school, but I mean, at that point, you're an adult. He was
no. Society's no.
He's 18.
College players make money now too.
Yeah, but they didn't. Hold on. At that particular time, they did not.
Okay.
So he's 18 years old, right? Okay. And just because society says, well, we're going to have an arbitrary number that says you're grown at 18, that's not necessarily reality. I don't know what his maturity level is, but I know just watching him as a player, he's not a mature man yet. That's what I'm saying.
I completely disagree with you. Like, this is someone who grew up in poverty, someone who came out. We're
talking about different things. You're talking about his person. We're talking about his game. His game is still very much in the developmental stages. And he's a young guy who's got a world of talent. And there's some real advancements in his game, but you can tell when you watch him on a regular basis that there's gaps there. And I agree with Frank as far as I think he would have been a little bit more ready to contribute had he gone to one of the big powerhouse programs, been forced to play defense and that kind of thing.
I'm not disputing that at all. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think he was handed a thing. Like, and G League players aren't rich. Like, he made what, $100,000, $80,000? I mean,
no.
Yeah, they don't make good money, Frank. Like, that's not like a high paying job that he got at 18. Like,
everybody doesn't make the same. Everybody doesn't make the same salary. I don't know what his salary was, but everybody doesn't make the same salary. This is what I'm saying. He's gone to like 3 pretty well-known, renowned high schools. I mean, being 10,000 miles away from your family, that is tough. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that when these kids, these young people with his type of talent is anointed like he was, and rightfully so for his ability, it's a different deal. Sometimes you need the nurturing along with the basketball development. And when you start having those conversations about his reality, his country, sometimes coaches relate to it and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it has something to do with comparative upbringings and histories. So, again, just because you are a Black person doesn't mean that inherently you can relate to all Black people. And it doesn't mean that if you are white, you can't inherently relate to Black people. It doesn't mean that. But those experiences, those collective experiences that you share with your players, that matters. That matters a lot, particularly when you're young and it's not about just the professionalism of the job. These kids are young. They're very young. And sometimes they're a lot younger than their quote age. That's what I'm saying. Like Moses Moody. Moses Moody is much older than Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Much older.
even though
maturity wise,
Yeah.
you're saying.
yeah, they're the
Absolutely.
same age, but one guy's got totally. It's about life experience, and it's
Yeah.
also. I mean, to me, I don't even know. I mean, think about all the different. You're talking about Jonathan Kuminga's family's thousands of miles away in a totally different place. It's quite amazing, actually, that he's adapted as well. I think our expectations. We just gotta be. It requires patience. But he's an enormous talent, and I don't think he's got a bad attitude, but maybe he's a little disgusted. Maybe he's got people in his ear saying, "Hey, man, when you're playing, the team's way better," and he's hearing that left and right when he's not on the floor, and he doesn't understand why he's not playing, and maybe there's a little bit of a communication, and maybe there's a communication. Yeah, but maybe there's a little communication breakdown between him and Kerr. I mean, it's just. At this point, it's hard to say exactly what the issue is. Emilianos is not developing the young players, is really kicking Kerr in the shins right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, this is probably my favorite show after a tough loss. Because,
I know, it's 12-20, man.
Yeah, because it was so damn honest and everybody was coming out there. Sai, you and I are going to have lunch and probably talk for 3 hours about basketball and some other stuff. Listen, gentlemen, I'm going to break out now.
I got to go too.
This has been awesome.
I'm going to go with you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, Frank. Have a good night, man. Appreciate it.
I got to bounce too, gentlemen. Go Warriors.
All right,
let's hope they come back from a 3-1 deficit so we can talk endless.
Sai, we appreciate you. Have a great night.
Tell me when you want me to be locked on.
Yeah, I will. Part of the problem, Carl, the reason why I haven't is, and I'm leaving. I'm finally leaving this. This is boring talk, but the platform I use for Locked On Warriors is archaic. And the one time I've tried to have you on for a live show, I can't bring Larry on either because both of your computers don't adapt to this platform. So I can't bring you on for live shows. I can only do the recorded ones, and I haven't done a recorded one in a while. I promise I'm inviting you on, man. And you always bring a lot to the table. So, but regardless, have a great night, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Sai, it's been real. Have a good night.
Likewise, man.
Appreciate you. Well, man, what a night this has been. And we still have 500 people in the room and all kinds of chats, all people, donations. I've got pages and pages to catch up with. Let me hit a couple of these and then get a couple final thoughts from you guys. JD may jump in here. Who knows who else? Green Glass Full says, just going to give another shout out for Vita Blue.
Yes.
And
yes.
I love Vita
Louisiana.
Blue.
Love Vita.
Great guy. Rest in peace, Vita. He was just so down to earth. Kevin,
Vita was what was fun about Vita is he would play at the Giants fantasy camp. He would pitch there. The coaches would, pitch, and if he saw somebody that was kind of strutting around, he would throw some heat, But if it was just a regular fantasy camper, he just kind of lobbed him in, let him hit. But he threw his fastball, 90 plus when it was some guy that thought he was really a, guy that could hit off of him. So,
great athlete, man. I can remember playing golf with him, and I'd be looking at a really tough shot, and he'd be like, "Are you going to hit that? Are you going to, it's like," he goes, "Man, you play so slow." And then I'm like, "Vita, it's pinched between two trees, and look at this angle. This angle's death." I'm like, "Well, should I pitch it out in the fairway?" And he's like, "You don't got any balls, Krueger." And he he's like, "You want me to take this shot for you?" I'm like, "Yeah, Vita, I actually do want you to take this shot for me." And he takes out his club and he walks over to my ball and he stripes it through like 5 trees and it lands on the lip of the green. And everybody, I'm like, woo, I just could not believe it. I'm high-fiving him and we're just swapping out stories. George Zimmer's talking. I mean, it was quite the day. And
yeah, he was something else.
Vita's,
my
he's a blue chipper.
One of my favorite stories I read about him.
JD's in the house. What's up, JD?
So this Charles Finley and him they're having a contract dispute after his big year in '71, and Finley wouldn't give him a raise, so he gave him a gas card. Said so he could get. So Vita would, when he'd go fill up, but then everybody else that was at the station too he'd use Finley's card for them too. So everybody,
unbelievable. Let me just hit a couple of these super chats, and then we'll welcome in JD. Kevin F says Curry or LeBron the bigger global viewership draw. Probably LeBron. No, Steph.
Steph.
All
Since 2015, there have been 27 NBA games that have had over 14 million viewers. Steph Curry played in all of them.
Wow.
That's why the league it's going 7.
Okay. Abdullah Lahi says, look at Eric Sproul. He has 4 undrafted players, and they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, you're talking about for the Heat. He's talking about the Heat coach, right?
Eric Spoelstra. Yeah.
Spoelstra. Yeah, Spo. He's like, has 4 undrafted players that are going to the Eastern Conference Finals. That is what development is, period. Yeah, that's a good – I mean, that is a good point. Miami has done a nice job of developing their players.
Well, he's a new subscriber, Larry, so anything he puts up, it's a good point.
That's a hell of a point. That is a compelling point, and one that we will discuss tomorrow in a live stream. Green Glass Full guy says Dennis Rodman would drink Draymond down with a drink. That's a lot of drinking in one text. All right. Was that it? We're probably setting a massive record today for number of texts. JD is joining us at 12:26 in the morning after a long day of doing a lot of Warriors. And he's walking into a room that has almost 450 people still in it. We're 2 hours and 26 minutes into this live stream. JD, give us your breakdown, my man. Carl, Danny.
Yeah.
Very frustrating night for everybody except for the Lakers. But what's your big takeaway on this one? I'll tell you first before you get rolling that I just did not like, because I don't want you to. I want to put this out there before you jump in. I did not like Clay's 2 last threes. I thought the first one was just a super deep 3. The second one was just a rushed 3. And to me, the deep 3s and the rushed 3s are when I'd love to see them isolated and look what his percentage is actually when he doesn't shoot just the bombs away 3 and the one that's rushed. And those, so I didn't love those. I didn't love the Draymond turnover at the end. And I don't understand why Steph went for a 3 when he had AD on the bounce down 1 and the whole right side of the floor open. So those are some of the things that I questioned. And then, of course, where the hell is Jordan Poole and what has happened to the Warriors kind of roster? It's like cotton candy. It's like evaporated before our eyes. But give me your take, and you've been on 95.7, the flagship station. Listen to JD after Warrior basketball on 95.7 The Game. You've been on there breaking it down. What was the consensus? What was your primary takeaways? This is a very difficult loss to stomach.
Yeah, it's a major missed opportunity, guys, for the Warriors, obviously, to play as well as they did in many facets, but still also to not really be able to play a complete game. And when they were playing well, they were still doing enough things to allow the Lakers back into the game really quickly, right? It felt like when the Warriors would play well, and that's been one of the storylines of the series, is they get on a little bit of a run and then they give away all their hard work in 2 or 3 possessions. It's one bad shot, it's 2 turnovers, and all of a sudden, an 8 to 10 point lead just like that is gone. I'm with you on the 2 Clay shots. I thought Steph, the pull-up jumper that he had on Davis from 2, the one that rimmed in and out before the Warriors got the offensive rebound. Like, I think you'll take that shot after they got the offensive rebound and the kick out to the 3, and then he takes the deep step back 3 the second time. I think that was just fatigue, to be honest. I think that was, I don't have the energy to get by anybody after he had just worked so hard to get into that pull-up jumper that looked good all the way, but again, just rimmed in and out. So it was, overarching themes, a whole lot of Steph Curry. The 3rd career triple-double, just freaking amazing, but he didn't hit a lot from 3. The 3 of 14 from 3 winds up doing the Warriors in this one. Did you see Klay Thompson? You mentioned the deep right wing 3 that he took. He said after the game that he wished he had that one back. He still had some time to maybe make a move. The other one,
right? And I mean, I just don't. That's where he struggled this year, JD. I mean, you watch all the games. You
shot
see the
selection.
common denominators of
he's
his
just so
misses.
used to
He
making-
misses the rush threes always, and he
But Larry-
misses the deep threes now.
Larry, remember what happened prior to the shot?
He hit
Two
the
other
corner
players
three.
had the ball.
Oh,
The
okay,
ball
in that
kept getting
sequence?
dropped, and then it just
Yeah.
got popped in his lap. And I literally think he might have thought the shot clock was running out because he took that one from about 34 feet.
Right.
And
Yeah,
that's
he didn't
kinda-
realize he had 5. He had 5 to get a little closer or to put it on the deck and create for somebody else. I think
nobody said
that
hot
is
mustard or red or whatever their code word is when the shot clock's really low. And you could tell it wasn't like the one he hit over Westbrook in 2016, where he took a super deep three and hit it, where you knew he was trying to find rhythm. He just kind of threw that up. And that one I didn't feel as bad about. I did know that the one he took where he kind of curled over the defender going to his left and kind of shot it over his right shoulder, that was a significant tough one. But when the guy had only taken 10 shots, man, I know he was just burning up to actually have an impact. The Laker defense on Clay tonight was the best it's been all series.
It was. And the one that he took from the left wing, I don't know if you caught it or the TNT feed caught it, but there was somebody, I saw a video that was sitting behind that basket, and it was the perfect angle of Clay shooting that left wing three, and it was right in front of Kerr. And right as it goes up, Kerr just put his hands on his head, like, why did you take that shot? Like, that's just, and it's, shot selection. He's bristled at it whenever it's questioned. I think some of this is your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. And I think I said this tonight on the post game, Steph and Clay are maybe the two best bad shot makers in the history of the game. And, there isn't a shot that they don't think they can make. And we've seen them over the years make a lot of really bad shots. And so I think if there's something that this team has just failed to realize this year, it's the fact that they just have to be a little more disciplined in, not being so careless. Like, they've gotten away with being a high turnover team. But because, the ends justify the means, because the ball movement and the flow and everything, it's been part of their DNA to where they can be a high turnover team, but they're going to be a high assist team. And in the wash, more times than not, they're going to come out on top. It's the same thing to me with the shot selection. They've got such great shooters. They've made bad shots. I think Steph and Clay specifically are so used to making these bad shots that in their mind, in these big moments, they think they can still do it. And they don't realize that there needs to be a minor adjustment. You get up 8, you can't just take 2 or 3 bad shots in a row, because now an opponent will run you down and tie you. And then all that hard work is out the window, and you got to spend half a quarter trying to build it back up again. And they just aren't quite good enough to be able to build it back up again. It used to be they give away a lead like that, and in a blink, they'd get it right back. And because they'd hit 2 or 3 shots in a row. And there just has been this lack of awareness, I think. And anytime anybody wants to question it, they get pissed off. And I shouldn't put Curry in that particular vein, because I mean, he still hits him, I think, at a higher level. But Clay, I asked him in Sacramento after game 1 about shot selection, and he didn't know that I'd already asked Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr had already said, yeah, we watched the film, we took some bad shots, and Clay got pissed. He flat out said, I don't like people that didn't play the game questioning what's a good shot and a bad shot. And Clay has just played with this energy this year of like he wants to, in every game, get up on the table and just scream.
Like doing a lot of.
He just wants to get up on the table, and I'm gonna curse because I'm allowed to curse. Clay looks like he wants to get up on the table and say "fuck you" to everybody that's ever questioned any shot that he's ever taken that was a bad shot. And it's like, and he's just played with that energy all year, and it's negative and it's tight, and it's just the antithesis of what the Warriors culture has been built on. So yeah, some bad shots there. Jordan Poole,
JD, can I ask you a question?
unplayable. Yeah, go ahead, Carl. Yeah, please.
How much do you think the fact that Jordan isn't taking some of the responsibility of scoring off of the shoulders of Steph and Clay impacted them tonight in terms of getting high quality shot opportunities?
Yeah, I think it definitely played a role. I mean, his ability to score on the interior when he's right, and also be a creator. I mean, the Warriors intended for him to be a creator for others, to be a true combo guard, right? He's not a true point. He's not really a dead eye shooter. If you look at his percentages, he can make some threes, but he's somebody that can be a good combo guard, I think, when he's right. And that means create for others, but also just take some of the pressure off. He took a lot of the pressure off, even though he was up and down in the Sacramento series. There were games where he wasn't scoring and he wasn't efficient, but he was taking pressure off just by being a primary ball handler, and the Warriors could get Curry off the ball, which in that series helped them based on the way the Kings were guarding him. This series, it's obviously needed to be more Curry on the ball. But part of that has been because they're just not getting anything from Poole. And guys, we talk about one thing I always think of in a playoff series, and it's great. I think I use the Warriors as an example because we've watched the Warriors for the last decade just break teams down over a series. And it gets down to something, and Larry, you've heard me say this, it's the playables, right? Like as a series would go on, the Warriors' opponent would have fewer players that the opposition felt comfortable even putting on the floor against them because matchups would go a certain way. And I feel like in this series, to your point, Larry, Poole got yanked. He got the quick hook in the third quarter, awful turnover. And it was the first time where Steve Kerr basically in anger almost yanked him at I'm done with you, kid. I'm done with you. I can't do it. He gave him the Kaminga basically. I can't have you out here anymore because you're just killing us. And it got to the end of the game where they basically had 6 tonight. And Steph and Clay, it was Wiggins and Draymond. And, Wiggins and Draymond are having their own problems. We just chronicled Clay. And these are the guys they trust, along with Peyton. Right move to put him in the starting lineup. That worked. And then Moses Moody, of all people, was the 6th, and hat tip to Moses Moody. He's made the most of a great opportunity out of nowhere. I mean, this kid plays better in May and in April and May than he does in November and December, which I think is a massive credit to him. I don't like going back and revising history and saying, well, because he's playing well now, he should have been playing more earlier because he didn't play that well earlier. But I give Moses Moody a ton of credit for staying ready and playing his best basketball in the biggest moments. I mean, he's just
terrific. He's terrific. And you know what you notice when you see him play extended minutes is that Moses Moody has impact length, and he bothers the passing lanes, and he gets his hands on a lot of balls. And he's not GP2, but he's in that category of absurd length. I don't know what his arm length is, but you can tell when you're watching him defend, he plays like a 6'9" guy or bigger, which is great, because he's also a shooter. He's smart. He knows how to look for the best shot. He's patient. He plays with pace. There's a lot to like there.
It was why he was in the closing lineup because
and it makes me wonder why couldn't we have seen him earlier this year? And I'm sure there are reasons, and Kerr has his own thoughts on this, but I really felt like this was always in there. I remember interviewing Musselman talking about Moses and what he thought about watching him from afar as Arkansas's coach and his former coach. And he's like, I thought he could do more. I thought he could, he hasn't really gotten into a rhythm yet. And that was clear. But towards the end of the year, we started to see it, and we've seen it carry over into the playoffs. And I think whether they win the series or not, whether they go home here or next round, whatever, they got a real player there in Moses, and they got to feature him a lot more. And he's going to get a lot more minutes, I think. And he's not an outstanding athlete, and I understand, but he knows how to play, and he can help you on both ends of the floor.
And he's a slow breather. He's calm
He's very calm
in the
chaos of
environment, the chaos of a playoff game.
How much do you think tonight Clay's kind of those last shots and played into the fact that he mentioned he wanted to have a great game there because of Kobe. His dad's there. He's got family there. He's wanting, his whole career.
Hero ball.
Yeah, he wanted to be the hero, it looked like.
Yeah, but when
he hit that one to put him up by 3 in the corner. It was 96 all. He hit the 3, made it 99-96, and then the Warriors ended up getting outscored 8-2 after that.
But remember, that was only his 9th shot, Dan, and it was wide open. He's not getting a lot of wide open looks after game 2?
After game 2, yeah.
They have made it a premium. We have to take away. You can't take away everything. We all know that.
Well, that's why I don't understand why they went away from.
We're going to take away. We'll force Wiggins to hit threes. We'll force DiVincenzo to hit threes.
How many points
even hit a three?
They went away from that late in the fourth quarter. They just started hoisting when those plays all night long were open in the paint they just went away from it. The
Lakers also made a subtle adjustment in how they were defending so that they could put a little bit more pressure on Steph to have to score as opposed to facilitating, because they were getting layup after layup after layup. The fourth quarter, Darvin Ham did a very good job with what they did defensively, and the Warriors missed shots. They scored 17
Ham's a good
points.
Young coach. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think.
He's got passion. It's clear that he has the ear of the room, and that's something that's hard to get as a rookie head coach, and he clearly has that.
Well, I just am impressed when I've overheard him talking to his team. He's got clear, decisive messages that he's imparting at each timeout. It's not chaos. It's not a bunch of nothing. It's like, this is my take. This is what we need to do. Now let's go do it. You know what I mean? To me, I think that's a winner. We'll see, because he's got a lot of pieces to kind of mix and match now. GTC Real says this is going to sound crazy, but if you put a short leash on Poole, he'll struggle because he'll go against the flow and force things. Longer leash is the only answer as far as shot selection and giving him Okay, JD, what is the plan, you think? I mean, forget what we think they should do. What do you think Kerr will do going into the next game with Poole? How will he attempt? Because we know he's not. I mean, I guess everything's possible, right? One of the options is he could be banished to the bench for the rest of the series, and headed towards a who knows uncertain future, or he could be this rebound star if they featured him and if they start him. How's Kerr going to play that card?
Well, I don't think he's going to start him. I think they're going to stick with GP. And now, though, you played that card and you didn't win the game, and now the Lakers know, at least in all likelihood, what the play is going to be. So they made a little bit of an adjustment in the fourth quarter that Carl alluded to. I know they put Davis on Wiggins a little bit in the fourth quarter, which changed things up. But I think the Warriors probably start Payton. I think Poole's going to get an opportunity. I mean, I said to you guys a couple of nights ago, I would have started Poole, and I said it today on the radio. I would have started him in part to stretch the floor, to spread things out, to get to try and open things up to where you put a little more pressure on the Lakers to have to keep up with you if you're the Warriors, and then maybe they aren't as disciplined in running their offense and getting the foul game going and those things. I mean, Steve Kerr got it right, I think, in going with Payton. I think that was proven, at least for tonight. I mean, the way that Payton played, and they come out running Curry, Payton pick and rolls, and Payton's getting layups. I mean, it was like a layup line, early on in the game. So I think they stick with Payton now. I think Moody, they obviously trust. I think, JaMychal Green's done. We talked about that the other night. I mean, Kerr gave him a couple minutes and then said, no, this isn't it. I think he gave him about 2 minutes. This isn't it. But I think they have to give Poole a chance to see if he's got it. And if he's as bad as he was tonight, then you go away from him again. But that's the danger of all of these guys. The Lakers can look up and, Davis and LeBron, 42, 43 minutes, but they won. So that means they don't have to win Wednesday. The Warriors did the same thing with a lot of their guys, and now they have to win Wednesday. And we've seen the Lakers, in game 2, they just kind of shut it down after they got game 1. They went in on the game Saturday, got a blowout. Tonight, when it got close, they went in, they went for it, and they got it. So now the Lakers know that they can, kind of put all their eggs in the game back here Friday night in Game 6 if they need to. I'm not saying they're not going to show up at Chase Center.
They are going to give you the exact same effort they
100%.
gave Memphis in Game 5.
Okay.
They literally knew Memphis would shoot their load. They played like it was the circus. They get a big win, and they go into LA and have a dud. The difference would be that they know the Warriors are still champions.
Yeah.
And if
you
the
give
Warriors
them that
Game
crack
5,
in Game 6, they might knock you out.
you are correct.
808 Niners. So Steph was dead tired at the end. Kerr could have called the timeout right before the 3-minute mark. Instead, he let he basically lost it because you lose one there at the 3-minute mark.
Clay hit the 3 though in that moment, I think, so they were ahead, and I know Darvin Ham had taken a timeout too, and I think at the 4-minute mark, and they were down to 1 time. There was something too. I think Kerr thought we've got the lead, and they're tired. He didn't want to give them a rest, I think, in that moment, which is why he didn't take it. I also think, though, guys, that's why the pick and roll, they went away from the pick and roll, was, I think, fatigue had to be some of it. It was Laker adjustment, but when you run 20 to 25 in the first half, and then you run, 5 or 6 in the second half, I think was the breakdown. I mean, to me, that tells you, yes, the defense adjusted, but I also think it tells you that maybe, Steph was a little tired. I thought, them trying to get, the Lonnie Walker move was, they needed an infusion of offense, but, the Lonnie Walker putting some pressure on Steph. Steph had to guard him. That was not something that I think anybody could have expected, but he was absolutely terrific. He won him the game offensively in the fourth quarter when the Lakers didn't really have much
down the floor.
Yeah, two things
much else going on.
Two things I had brought up at the end when they had the jump ball, and then Steph leaped, got it, fell to the floor. I don't know why, if Steph wasn't going to call timeout, why someone on the bench, Kerr, wasn't yelling timeout, or Draymond, because he still had 3.5 seconds by the time he went down on the ground with the ball. Just call timeout and then regroup. But the second thing is they challenged that, and I replayed it and I looked back at it. When Steph went up and came down with the ball, LeBron actually hit Steph in the head. And I thought when you review a play that you can actually, they were reviewing who it went out of bounds on, but I thought you could review the whole thing, and they obviously didn't look at that. But there was a foul, in my opinion, because it kind of helped knock Steph to the ground. What do you think?
They can only do that on a foul call. They can only on a foul call look at the entire play. They cannot do that on an out of bounds call, which is why I think that's why in the last couple of minutes, if there's it's the ball gets knocked out of bounds thing, and instead of calling a foul, you just give the team the ball even though it was maybe off of that team, but there was actually a foul that you didn't call. You can do that. You can't do that in the final couple of minutes anymore.
Hey, Larry, block this guy, LAL. Block
of the review.
Shut him out of the chat.
Where
he just said hope right there. LAL third says hopefully Draymond has a concussion and can't play. Get him out of here. That's ridiculous.
Run him, Danny. Should we run him?
Yeah, run him. I don't. If you're a Laker fan, big deal. You don't ever hope somebody is hurt with a concussion.
Flagrant 1,
you idiot.
Flagrant 2. Should we go to Carl? Carl, Danny wants him run. It's LAL. He's clearly a Laker fan.
How about we just lock him in a room with Draymond and let him listen to Draymond's podcast?
He's now joined the channel. It is almost 1:00 in the morning. There's 419 people. He's one of them.
Wishing a guy to have a concussion. Come on.
Could we just pretend we didn't see that comment and
be a
scold
better
him?
Human, LAL.
Here, we'll put it up there and be like, LAL, bad form. Yeah. Very bad form.
If it was my channel, I'd run him. I don't need people like that.
It's going to be.
Look at Danny. If it was my channel, I'd run him.
I would, man.
Very interesting.
I don't care who you are. I don't want anybody.
JD, do I run him? Carl, do I run him, or do I bow to Danny's pressure to run him?
Are they a subscriber?
No.
Probably
Oh,
not.
They got to be run.
All right.
If he's a subscriber, you can
Yeah.
keep him home.
I
Yeah.
run a little hot. You catch me in that moment, and it sounds like Dan got caught in that moment. You catch me in that moment, and it's see ya
Really? Okay.
out of nowhere. So yeah, I'm with you. Run him.
He's gone. That's it. That's it.
I mean,
It's
you just don't wish a concussion on anybody. I don't care who
I'm
you
putting
are.
him in a timeout. Timing him out. All right, there, there you go. Yeah, I feel like I'm back to having infants again. I'm putting you in timeout. I'm putting you in timeout, Billy. Okay. This game was frustrating from a lot of perspectives, but there were a lot of good things that came of this game. GP2, I think, is the missing. It's like through the loss and the disappointment, I think we shouldn't lose the meaningful part of this, which is the Warriors found something with GP2. They found a way to go small, but still have a presence inside, because for whatever reason, GP2, because of his leaping ability, and he can finish in the trees, he finishes in the lane, he scores, off the glass, and he can finish at the rim. So I love the what GP2 to the lineup looked like, and I would go forward with that. I just don't understand why he can't be in the finishing lineup against some of these hot shooters. I want to use him a little bit more strategically at key moments against the other team's best offensive player.
I think he was going to be, and then he passed up a wing three, and this is part of the adjustment that the Lakers made to try and push him out to the perimeter and basically dare him to shoot. And I think what happened was, and at the time, I thought it was just going to be a couple of minutes to also get him a rest, because at the start of that quarter, it was Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Peyton, and Draymond were out there at the start of the fourth quarter, which told me that the plan was going to be for those five, maybe not Peyton, but those five were going to finish the game. And so when Peyton, he passed up a wing three, and then Kerr subbed him and he put Moody in. And I think the thought at that point was that Steve Kerr wanted to have somebody that wouldn't hesitate to take that open three. And Moody has not hesitated to take an open shot since he's been in the rotation here for the last 7 or 8 games. And so I think he put Moody out there maybe with the intent on putting Peyton back in, but then Moody played well enough, and he thought that the rest of that group was playing well enough to just ride it out with him. So I think that's what the issue became. And then Walker got going, and I just think in the moment they didn't fully recognize that Lonnie Walker was beating them, and that maybe you needed to make an adjustment off of that, in the moment, because I know a few people were saying on my show tonight, why not get Peyton in and throw him on Lonnie Walker? Well, that could open the door for others. And obviously I think the Lakers may have been hoping for that, but I think the intent, Larry, was for him to be out there in the closing lineup, but then Moody was playing well enough, and Moody is more of a two-way player, at least a two-way threat compared to Peyton. And so they rolled with it that way.
The only thing I would say is I would love to change the way they use Peyton as to, okay, so everybody's got a game plan, and then the game starts. And then more so than almost any other sport, you can tell in basketball when a guy's getting hot, especially some of these guys that are really good off the bench, like a Malik Monk, and he can match up with all of them at almost any size, no matter how big, no matter how small. And it's like, I would really love to see Steve, in moments where we all kind of knew by halfway through the fourth that Lonnie Walker was having a great quarter. And that would have been, to me, a great couple of possessions to just put this total, pest of a defender, long arm, strong guy on whoever's hot. And I'd love to see them use Peyton that way. And just try to shut down anybody who starts to get hot. I think he's a secret weapon against like these alphas in the West, like Ja or just anybody.
The night D'Angelo Russell had, Larry. I mean, that was
Peyton, there you go. I mean, no, they did a great
started him.
Totally, yeah. No, I thought it was genius, and I think they need to stay with that. I just would love to see GP2 on whoever's hot, because I think he's that dominant of a shut you down kind of a guy.
You'd almost need an offense-defense strategy, which means you better have a boatload of timeouts left at the end of the game, because on the other end, they were going to create situations to force Gary. I saw the same thing you did, JD. When he passed on that three, Kerr immediately said, I've got to get another shooter.
Yep.
Because there was a part of Wiggins, because he was having to do so much defensively on Bron, and they were going to continue to run that pick and roll to try to force Kerr, or to force Curry to have to guard LeBron. It was almost as if LeBron knew, hey, we need to take some body blows on Steph Curry. We need to try to punish him and go at him, because otherwise he's going to be going at us on the other end. And it was kind of like a pick 'em. Hey, am I going to use Moody, who can defend and rebound and hustle and knock down an open three, or am I going to put in my guy? And if you put him in to guard Lonnie Walker, and they run pick and roll with Lonnie Walker and LeBron, now you're in the same issue again, because they're going to end up switching it. And now all of a sudden you got a situation where Peyton is trying to guard LeBron, and he's just not big enough to be able to keep LeBron from turning the corner.
You think if they win game 5 and Walker's if there's a game 6, you could put Wiggins on Walker to help shut him down, and Iguodala could come back. Kerr said he could play at some point. He could take some minutes and guard LeBron at times.
The challenge then becomes, you've got a guy who hasn't played in a while, and you're going to put him into a game 6 at that situation against Bron. You're probably still going to see LeBron make a parade to the foul line. One of the other big things that no one's consistently been talking about, I know you mentioned it, Larry, is the fact that the Lakers didn't miss a free throw. What did they go, 20
for 20.
20.
And that was so huge, because you kind of expect at some point LeBron or one of their guys to kind of split, and you get a chance to kind of take advantage and trade a 2-for-1 instead of trying to trade a 3-for-2. But when you only score 17 points in the fourth quarter, when you absolutely have to have a win, that told you all you needed to know. When Lonnie Walker and Reeves outscored the Warriors in the fourth quarter, that just was a bad prelude.
Well, and I mean, the Warriors would have loved to have had Klay Thompson have a Reeves game, like 7 of 15, just 7 of 15, like that wins it tonight for the Warriors. But they haven't been able to get it, and too often it's funny in both of these series when the Warriors have lost, it's been their offense. And I think, I mean, we're going to look at this thing if they go out in the next week here and say that their offense was the biggest reason why, I think, as opposed to their defense, which is pretty incredible considering how, at least on the road this year, they were a bottom 5 defensive team. Now the playoffs help that. Obviously, the game slows down. There's more emphasis on the game plan and trying to take certain players away. But for this team to have the offensive talent that they have, not be able to score enough points, especially against the Lakers team that doesn't score a lot of points and always consistently shoot the ball well, that's something that I think would be unforeseen. But a lot of that is Klay being inefficient, and Jordan Poole gave them. He scored 0 points. That was just.
It's a remarkable reversal of production. It's amazing it's like makes you really ponder, like, what are we going to see the rest of this series from Jordan? It's like he seems like he's probably mentally in a place where he might not be. How do you jumpstart him? How do you get him going? They need him. It's very perplexing as to what direction they go with Jordan, because they got to have his points somehow, some way. This can't all fall on Steph. It just won't work. So what's the plan? Think of it this way. If the Warriors are lucky enough to get by have this miraculous comeback and win this thing in 7 games, which I don't see happening, but if it does, I'm saying it's possible. You still got Denver probably sitting there waiting for you. All their guys are in their prime. They've got tons of momentum.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be Denver. You think it'll be Phoenix?
I'm not saying it will be Phoenix, but the hardest part of playoff basketball, Jimmy Butler has found a way to play with a compromised ankle. Julius Randle found a way. Brunson found a way to grit through it. What if that happened to Jokic? What if that happened to Murray? I mean, any little thing could get in the way. Let's remember, Phoenix did lose their starting point guard. They actually played faster without him on the floor, but
he actually played better.
if
Hey,
Denver
Phoenix
lost,
has got a very physical owner. Very physical owner on the baseline.
He's a
And
flopper. Come on.
He's a little bit. He's a flopper. He's definitely a flopper.
he was
that was great.
walk-on. Come on, man.
I love Mike. Nothing's better than Micah Malone. Hey, did you realize that was the owner? I don't give a shit. I was like, I just love that.
He's the best press conference in the NBA.
Michael Malone
is the best post-game press conference in the NBA, but he's the best coach interview in the NBA.
Sacramento never should have dumped Michael Malone. All right. It's 1 a.m. So if anybody has got a jet, I got a couple more questions for JD. I don't know, JD, if you got a couple more minutes to hang, but if anybody does need a jet, feel free. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
My wife's already left me, so I'm good.
All right.
You can already see I got the hotel room bed behind me, so I'm about a
JD's
step away.
at the Hampton. Where are you staying?
Embassy Suites.
The Motel 6.
I'm at Hotel Nico.
Figaro Century Boulevard.
Where are you? You're at the Hojos, 2-star.
Now who's picking up the tab? That's the question.
The Figueroa.
Why is there a mirror on the ceiling, JD?
The Figueroa dumpster.
Danny, obviously, I can tell from your background that you're coming to us from the Bay Area.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I see the Golden Gate Bridge and the sun setting.
Yeah, I'm right there. Yeah,
but yeah. So anyway, as far as what do you? Let's just go through a couple things. If the Warriors duck out, I don't know I think they're going to win the next game, but let's just say they lose this series. You're in the epicenter of Warrior reaction. 95.7 the game is literally the Warrior epicenter. What host and what, not what host as much, but like what's the message going to be? What's the narrative going to be? What's going to be blamed as the legitimate blame for why they've fallen short? And what do you think the fans will point to? The audience, and you've been doing this dialogue as intensely as almost anybody at the station for months now. You get a pulse of how the Warrior fan base is leaning. If the Warriors duck out, does it matter what exactly it looks like in the last game, or has the narrative already been written? What's going to be blamed? Who's going to be blamed? Who will get the criticism the most?
Jordan Poole. I mean, it's going to be Jordan Poole 1, 2, and 3 if it ends up
their usage of Jordan Poole or Jordan Poole's
It's just
play.
going to be Jordan Poole having a horrible season. I mean, this is going to get. I mean, he's had a bad season, but if Jordan Poole has, let's say Jordan Poole has a pedestrian game 5 and they win, they come back down to Staples or Crypto and they lose in game 6, and he's maybe not as bad as he was tonight, but he's 3 for 10 or whatever. They end up losing.
Right.
Then it's going to be him. I think it's funny on my a lot of times when the Warriors lose, I always joke about there's 3 things that always come up.
Frozen.
Poole gets the blame, Kerr gets the blame, and then everybody wonders why Kuminga didn't play. It's those 3 things on a nightly basis. It's Poole, it's Kerr, it's Kuminga.
Hello, we're back. Carl, can you hear me?
More.
Oh, we can hear you.
All right.
So
there we go. JD, we were all frozen there for about 30 seconds. So
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I was, at least I was on my end.
Yeah.
That might have been just you. Yeah, no, I was.
Oh, you were fine.
I heard everything JD said. He said it was going to be Larry, be the first problem, Krueger the second problem, and then the Krug show, the 3 things that'll be blamed.
Exactly.
It's Danny doing material now.
It's
right,
1 in the morning.
That's worth a mute.
It will be.
I don't care if it's 1 a.m. You're muted.
It'll be roster construction, I think, too. I mean, I think people are going to look at the way this roster was put together. Right. I think The 2 timeline thing is going to take a lot of the heat too. Obviously, with Wiseman getting traded, with Kuminga not playing, and Moody playing better, obviously, but not having a great season overall. But no, the Jordan Poole thing is going to get turned into. It's going to be even worse than it appeared that it was 2 weeks ago, right? Because of how bad he's been in this series. So it's gonna get turned into, can you even get anything for Jordan Poole in the offseason? Right? Like because he's going to be a $30 million player, and now it's almost.
There's got to be somebody out there you can get.
I think so, but you watch, the conversation is going to shift toward, can you even trade him?
What do you think? I mean, yours dialed in on this. I mean, what do you think? I mean,
I do think you can trade him.
Give me a match. There's got to be somebody out there. What if Portland's going to move Lillard? I mean, I'm not saying that Lillard is the perfect fit, but I mean, Joe's got a big palace. It's expensive. They need to have a big show. And if you're moving Poole, you need a big show player. Portland, I don't know what Portland's doing, but to me, Portland, if they're going to ever hit the reset, I mean, the only thing about Poole is, JD, now that Poole is making such cash, you got to go get like somebody who's making a grip of money. I mean, it's like,
or 2
you're not
players.
I mean, you can find guys making 15. He's making 30, right?
Yeah, he's making 30. I think the Warriors.
That's a ton.
I think the Warriors would love if you're saying they could get 2 rotation players for Jordan Poole. I think that's something they'd consider.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, what do you think? Who do we know?
Okay,
go ahead,
Carl.
What do you got?
The Warriors trade Jordan Poole to the Miami Heat for Tyler Hero and a biscuit to be named later.
Does Hero make that much cash?
Yeah, they both got similar. They both basically got
deals
the same
are
deal.
almost identical.
Yeah,
look at you.
And Miami,
that's a hell of a trade.
I think Bill got $3 million more over 4 years or something like that.
Hero's still striping it.
Oh, yeah.
Still a hell of a shooter.
They're very similar. Jordan's a little bit more athletic.
Yeah.
Jordan's
smaller.
a little wilder with his creativity. Tyler's stuff's a little bit more packaged, a little bit more polished in terms of how sharp he does it. But I think both franchises could see the benefit of each guy having another place to go, because they both need another high impact scorer, because you have to bring some scoring in here. You have to have somebody who can be on that second line and can actually provide some pop, because that's the only way you're going to continue to stretch the floor so that Wiggins gets great shots from the perimeter and Clay gets great shots. Because at some point, everybody eventually ages and eventually your efficiency goes. The Karl Towns piece, I know people like to throw that out. Karl Towns is not getting traded for Jordan Poole.
No.
How about Middleton?
I wouldn't do the Middleton trade because of how old he is and his injury issues. And I think he's kind of moving in the other direction. But I could see a reason for Jordan going back to Milwaukee, although I think he'd want to be in a more high impact, a little sexier place to be.
Yeah, I think the other one they're going to have to come up with is, do they look to trade Kuminga? And I get why you wouldn't want to look to trade Kuminga, but I mean look at both of them at this point. And
somebody called 95.7 today, and I forget who it was, but they said, I think it was in the Steiny and Guru show, and I was like, "Hey man, I wouldn't trade Kuminga for Keegan Murray."
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny? I heard that caller.
Did you hear that?
I heard that caller. He
said
he would rather have Kuminga than Keegan Murray. And
I was thinking about that, going, you know what? I think on this team, I think the Warriors would much rather have Keegan Murray.
Keegan Murray made more 3-pointers than any rookie in NBA history. The Warriors would die to have Keegan Murray. If the Warriors had Keegan Murray, they'd win the championship this year, probably. I think if they had Keegan Murray, they'd be a heavy favorite to win the title, just based on his ability to stretch the floor, given everything else they have. But
game 1, 2, 3 of the Sacramento series, Keegan Murray, or game 4 through 7?
I'll take him either way.
Those are
He's
the
just
first
young.
3
He's
playoff
just a
games
young
of his
kid.
career. Look, you might rather. I'll say this: you might rather have Kuminga 2 years from now, 3 years.
Well, no,
from now.
Kuminga's got major upside. You better get something good for Kuminga.
How about
trade him because he's going to be good?
How about Kuminga and Poole?
I got one here
for a young man in Toronto by the name of Pascal Siakam.
Or how about Kuminga and Poole and a first-round pick for Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton?
Yeah, they're not. Utah's not doing that.
Danny's always going to rip off trades.
Markkanen's an all-star now.
Yeah,
no, but
you could have made that trade a year ago, maybe.
Yeah,
I know you could have, but
I like Markkanen.
You would have to bring in a veteran because it would have to be somebody that they feel can plug and play to maybe extend this rope for another couple of years. Because
that's the question. That's the question that, and I think this probably is a better way, Larry, for me to answer your original question. As far as who's the blame is one thing. I think it's going to be the usual suspects. The question the Warriors are going to have to ask themselves if they don't win this series,
who goes? Yeah.
What's that?
It's going to be a big who stays, who goes.
Well, but they're going to say, do we want to commit to the big three? Like that to me is the question. And I know Draymond has his own option in that, and because it's a player option and not a team option. But to me, they have to sit down with Draymond and figure out what he's going to do, but also sit down internally and decide, do you want Steph, Clay, and Draymond along with Wiggins to be the core of a team that you think can win a championship? Like, I think that's the first question you have to ask. And if you think the answer to that
what do you think?
Yes,
what do you think that the answer to that is? Steph, we know. I would rather at this point see Draymond come back, but I think Draymond's played this series like he's going to join LeBron, not beat LeBron. And,
I don't think they're bringing Poole and Green back.
I think Clay, from what I've heard from Tommy and all the different people like yourself who have good insight, from what I've heard, Clay really thinks of himself as a max player. So I think that's a deal breaker. I think he's going to have to go then. Because he's not a max player.
But then the question becomes, do you go one more year if Clay's got the final year of his deal, no extension, Draymond opts in, and then it becomes a last dance? Then that becomes the true last dance. But if you're going to do that, do you sacrifice some of the young players? Because that's the thing. You can't bring this team back at that point. But if you commit to the big three, what the big three will tell you is we need championship quality depth. We need veterans that can fill the gaps and be playable and help hold us up offensively when we're struggling. You know, not be carriers, but at least be able to hit some shots. You know, two-way type players. The Warriors have too many players that are either offensive players or defensive players. They don't have enough two-way players. So when they go defense, they wind up not having enough offense if Steph and Clay aren't shooting it well. Wiggins isn't shooting it well. If they go offense, then they don't have enough players that can defend, and they can get beat 130 to 122. So to me, that's the biggest question. But yeah, if Clay thinks he's a max player, I mean, that's an easy decision. Like, Clay is not a max player. I mean, he's just not. And all of his bad games show it. And I know every time he has a good game, he wants to, like I said, stand up on the scores table and tell everybody, scream to the heavens that he's a max.
What you quoted before, was that what said to you, or was that said to somebody else?
Which part?
When you said like he's like, you know,
I don't respect those who play.
Yeah,
no, he said that direct. Yeah, he said that direct. I don't think he said it to me. I don't know that it was directed necessarily at me, but I asked him the question. This was in Sacramento a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really?
In between game 1 and game 2.
Yeah.
I asked him about just the different, is part of what you need to do, what they collectively as a team need to do better is, the old battle between good shots and great shots. And he said, well, it's really frustrating to have somebody who never played determine
That's a shot, man.
What's
That's
a good shot versus a great shot. What he didn't know is Kerr had already said that that's what they need to do like 10 minutes earlier, because they asked Kerr the same thing. And so and I think Kerr had already talked to him about it. And so he was running a little hot at that particular
who of the three, if you're going to the finish line, who are you going to the finish line with? To me, I'm going to the finish line obviously with Steph, but I think I'm going to the finish line with Draymond. I think Clay is the guy that I would move off of.
I think Clay's the third. I think Clay's the third now. I really do, because Draymond is still capable of doing it defensively, and Draymond is tied to Steph's offensive game too. And I'm not saying Steph couldn't be great without Draymond, but Steph is better with Draymond.
Totally,
I think
they play off each other.
JD, do you think
geniusly.
they'll try to, not bring back Green and Poole together? Do you think that's still an issue? I saw on Twitter the other day, Green during the sack series tried to talk to Poole coming off the court, and Poole just shoved Green away, just kind of like, I don't want to hear your crap,
Yeah.
I think there's still tension there.
Yeah.
And I think
It's
that's
like the commercial breaks around here at the Krueger show. I see Danny in the hall, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to hear your crap.
Yeah,
I'll throw him up against the wall.
So I'm looking at this roster, though, next year. It looks like 8 guys that are coming back. There's Curry that are under contract. Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Peyton, Looney, Moody, Baldwin, and Ryan Rollins. That's it.
A lot of salary, though, in those, not a lot of roster spots.
Right, but those are the 8 that are under contract to come back.
Those 8 are already in the luxury tax.
Yeah. So somebody's got to go.
That's the way it would seem at this point. I mean,
Clay's making 40.
Yeah,
Wow.
Clay's making 40 and wants to make 50. I mean, there's no way. It's just laughable at this point. Like, I mean, he's
Roger
a Hall of
Goodell
Famer.
neighborhood right there. That's some big cake. That's Carl Foster money, man. That's
I'm not sure if I mentioned
the beauty
Poole,
though, JD.
Poole in that.
Everybody
Poole,
wants
Poole's
to make
another
50.
One, yeah.
True.
What you'll make is what you can negotiate.
True.
And depending on what they think, here's one thing we do know.
There's 10. I forgot Poole and Kuminga. There's 10.
We know they're going to have game 5. What's going to happen in the offseason? I don't think anybody knows, because I don't think there's a script. I do think there's the potential they could look at moving young guys. There's the potential they could come off an old guy. There's the potential Draymond could walk away. There's the potential that their core could stay and they go find a quality veteran, Miles Turner, or like I said, Pascal Siakam, and you move your youth to go get it. You just have to have a secondary plan of what are we going to do next, i.e., is Giannis Antetokounmpo potentially a player who could play in San Francisco one day with Steph Curry? There's so many things, and we know what they've done with the collective bargaining agreement. They've made it tougher for teams like the Warriors, for the teams that have a lot of the veteran stars. Some of the veterans are going to have to figure out a way to operate inside of the new economic system, because it is going to become a haves and haves not. And there's some young franchises like OKC, like Detroit, that they're on the come. Cleveland, those are franchises that have a lot of young talent, guys moving, like you said, Larry, into your prime, the Denvers of the world, that they're going to be the teams that are going to be a problem. Sacramento's not going anywhere. Memphis
Orlando,
looks like,
right?
I mean, imagine if Memphis made a run at Draymond. I mean,
I think Sacramento's the team that needs him.
Well, they could use.
I think Detroit is where he probably will wind up. That would be my guess. Would be Detroit.
I think he's going to want to go somewhere where he thinks he can win, and I don't know that
Detroit's still a few years away.
Oh, really? You think LA? Maybe Lakers?
I think I could see Sack with Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox. I don't know, but he doesn't like Sabonis.
I could see Sack too, to be honest. I mean, I think that makes a lot of from a purely basketball standpoint. I think you could make the case that Sacramento's the best fit for
That's
him.
what I said the other night.
But herein lies the one question in
that's what Sacramento needs.
Well, they're about to pay Sabonis $150 million. That could be a problem for them too.
That's a challenge, but there's one other challenge. They play a guard-centric style of basketball, but they don't play with guards playing off the ball. De'Aaron Fox is an on-the-ball guard. Monk is an on-the-ball gunner.
True.
Keegan Murray would be great with the Draymond Greens because he can spot up and move around, but you'd have to change some things offensively. And sometimes younger players, when they become all-stars, they don't want to change how they play the game offensively. to our knowledge, we only know of one Steph Curry. Every other guy who is a dominant guy that can score does not like being off the ball very much. Shooters like being off the ball. The J.J. Redicks, the Klay Thompsons, so on and so forth. But other guards, they like to have the ball in their hands. That's why it's tough to have Draymond, because you do have to utilize that part of his game because it's such a huge part of what he's going to contribute offensively. And if you're not using him in the screen roll game and he's not facilitating offense, what are you going to do? Stick him in a corner? You can't do that. So there's a lot out there. The beauty is this offseason is going to be absolutely delicious because there are so many little subplots and stories that the media is going to go crazy. You know anybody in the media, JD?
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah.
Just
You're
a
going to have
few.
a fun summer, buddy.
Oh no, seriously, it's going to provide a lot of dialogue. All summer league, all the rumors, free agency, the draft. I mean, there's just a bunch. There's a bunch there, and major moves, major decisions.
Well, I
And
said I threw out the other night, Carl, about Giannis, because is he going to sign? He's got 2 years left. Is he going to sign with Milwaukee? New ownership.
I
What
don't
would it
see
take?
it.
Could the Warriors package Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga, Moody,
the team,
pick.
basically the whole team.
several picks?
You might have to
Baldwin.
include Looney in that deal because Looney's a Milwaukee guy.
Yeah, maybe you do.
And he might fit because they may lose Lopez.
You might have to
There's
do
a
that.
lot that's going to happen.
But if you
this
did that,
offseason.
if you had Giannis and
Would you
Steph,
trade the whole team for Giannis? In other words,
Yeah.
could they? Is that enough? Would that be enough though, JD, for Milwaukee to listen?
Probably not, but it's a starting point. I mean, yeah, I mean, Poole, Kuminga, Wiggins, for sure. I think, yeah, if they wanted Looney, they'd still want. Now there's rules you can only trade so many of your picks, or if you're in the luxury tax, you can't trade future picks, because that was one means by which teams that were in the tax, they just, hey, forget it. We'll trade you we'll trade you picks 5, 7, 9 years down the line to try and acquire. And they're not even going to let you do that now. So I think that's going to become a potential problem. But no, I don't think the Warriors have nearly enough at this point to get Giannis. Now, if Kuminga really looked like he might be Kawhi Leonard in 2 years, like we've talked about, then maybe he would be talented enough to where, like, that to me is what you would want in that. If you were going for a home run type of a player in return, you need to find that team that believes Kuminga will be Kawhi Leonard 2.0 in a couple of years. But if he's going to be Kawhi Leonard 2.0 in a couple of years, then why you want to get rid of him? Like, that's the other,
Right.
That's the thing you have to ask.
catch 22. I mean, this is where roster building, and who's going to be the architect? Is it Joe? Is it Joe's kid? Is it Bob? Is it Steve? Is it Bob and Steve? Is it Larry Harris? Who's pulling the levers? Who's making the decisions?
They're going to be worse for not having Bob Myers around. I'm going to say that if Bob is on the outs and it kind of looks like that's where it's headed at this point, then that's
what gives you that indication the most. What's the biggest indication of that?
It's just kind of the vibe, man. It's just, talking to people, it just feels like when you ask people that are close to it, what do you think, without necessarily getting into specifics, just everybody I ask says, yeah, it just feels like he wants a different challenge, or he wants to be paid maybe even more of a premium to deal with some of the bullshit that
Yeah.
they've had to deal with. I don't think it's about money per se with Bob, but I also could see where it's, hey, I think given my track record, I'll speak for Bob in this sense. I could see Bob Myers saying, hey, with my track record, I should be the highest paid GM in the league. And, just on the surface, championships and all this other stuff. But then when you also factor in a lot of the BS that they've had to deal with, whether it's been, the Draymond stuff, the Jordan Poole stuff, the 2 timeline stuff, I think Bob might say, well, you know what? I need to be at even more of a premium to deal with that. And if you're not willing to go to that extra level, then maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's just too stressful. You know, he's got a family and a wife. And I know he's made more money than he's ever going to need. Like I get that. But at the same time, I think everybody that's ever worked any job knows, whether you love the job or not, there are certain things where you say to yourself, oh, I would do it for that, but I wouldn't do it for that. Right? Like everybody has that threshold of, I want this job. I love this job. I'll do this job, but I'm not going to be happy doing the job if I'm at level B. Like you just know yourself. You'll be upset. You won't feel it's worth it. Your wife will be mad. Whatever it is, like, you know, there's a level of commitment that you have to dedicate to it that you're just more willing to put in if that number is at that higher threshold. I hope that makes sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I've got 35 starred chats. Should we go through them quickly? Can you guys get the duration to go through 35 starred chats?
Let's do it.
You have to pay me more to go through that.
Yeah. See, Dan's good with 10 or 15. But 35?
One word responses.
Right. Here we go. Rapid fire. Here we go. Los T, repeat after me. We hate layups sincerely. The Golden State Warriors. Singles win the game, but you choose to swing for home runs. They deserve to lose.
They didn't watch the game.
They missed a few layups tonight.
Did DiVincenzo get caught under the basket on the one he kicked to Jermichael Green? I had a bad angle maybe on that. Did he have the layup or did he get caught under the basket? Help me. I couldn't tell from my angle where my seat was.
I thought he got caught under the bucket.
Okay.
Mark Graves says, love Frank. He could talk anybody off a ledge. I was fearing for Cyrus if Cyrus had, if we had actually been hanging out at the bar. Cyrus stepping up on Red. I was like, Cy, I don't think you would be doing that.
I don't think he's seen Red in person.
I think we've been virtual for a little too long. Once I saw that, I was like, something's wrong with the world. All right. Green glass full. Warriors fans are like people thinking Ukraine can defeat Russia. All right. Now we're getting political. Geopolitical. Cindy, what adjustments are left though? JD, that's your territory.
That's a great point. I mean, at this point, they got to have somebody. They got to have Poole play better. They got to have Clay make shots. Like I think tonight, going to Peyton was a hell of an adjustment, and it worked. And you still didn't win the game. Well, why didn't you win the game? Because you didn't get enough from these other plays. Like at some point, you're doing what you're doing, and your best players have to put the ball in the basket. And so to me, that's like I'm kind of spent on run more pick and roll. I mean, when it's effective, I guess is one thing, but to me, it's on the guys that they have.
I could see not so much in Game 6, but Game 5, the Warriors are tired. Steph's beat. They're going to want to run them off the court. Try to Wednesday night. I wouldn't shock me if Kuminga got a few minutes to see what he looked like, and if he wasn't, doing well defensively, if he was messing up, but because of his athleticism to run the floor, maybe get some boards, might just to give them a spark, see what happens. Wouldn't shock me just at this point.
Danny, it would make me more comfortable if you would eat something during the show. You haven't eaten anything during one of these live streams in a while.
Yeah, I've lost some weight too.
What's going on? What happened? You're the only person who eats in live streams, but you've stopped doing it, and it's a major part of what kind of made it was part of your charm, I think.
Especially at 1:30.
Could you bust up some wings or something? Alex, the only two guys who are making any sense amount of reason and logic tonight are Larry and the dude in the red shirt. Everybody showed their shirt. I don't know who that is. Who's got the red shirt? Who had the red shirt tonight?
I think that was Red.
Was that Red? Cindy, they're tired.
Wasn't purple?
No, it might have been Proctor, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, it was Proctor.
Was it Proctor?
Yeah.
Alex Breitler, don't worry, Larry. Remember, 4 rings. JD, it's a little illustration. I was getting a little hot earlier. Terradome says, maybe a great point there, Larry. You're not lazy. You're not lazy on that one. That's Urbanic. It's a quite old quote, insider joke. Digital Drew, I thought Kerr has mishandled the lineup the entire playoffs. You cannot spend minutes on resources you have no intention to use in the playoffs. Think of the run into last year with Poole. What do you think, JD? What do you think, Carl? Danny?
I mean, yeah, I'm out on that. I'm out on that. I mean, they're doing the best they can right now with what they have to put the best lineups on the floor. The regular season's different.
Yep.
They had a lot of injuries, and though they tried, I think, the best they could to develop and win at the same time, and it really didn't work out. Moses Moody not playing in the regular season hasn't prevented him from playing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And
playing
Kuminga
his best
playing
ball
in the
right
regular
now.
season hasn't translated into him being able to play in the postseason.
It's different levels of ball and it's different styles of game, and it's up to the coaches to make the call. I mean, I'm frustrated by Kuminga being left behind, but at the same time, I understand there's reasons for it. Velo V110, Larry, chill. Kind of more proof that maybe I was getting a little too fired up before. We got this one from Corey Cooper. Corey's a good guy. Where is it? Get in there, Corey. So when does 49er training camp open? Yeah, seriously.
They got mini camp going right now, don't they? Rookies or whatever.
Well, it's the middle of the night, Dan. Not right now, but it's it's later this week.
Yeah.
G Martinez, Larry, put yourself in a timeout. Man, I must have really been getting hot. Dub B Trey Krug, I'm always here with you on 49er Talk, LOL. This guy, who I've already blocked since this point, said respect to you, Larry. But I've since blocked
he's the
him.
guy who hopes Draymond has a concussion.
He wanted.
Larry's
He was
gonna unblock him now.
He was wishing injury on Draymond, and then we blocked him eventually. But before we blocked him, he showed respect. Unfortunately, life is about timing. We got this one. Aim. Warriors need Boogie Cousins. He's in Puerto Rico right now. You know what? I hate to say it. They kind of do. They kind of do. Can they get Boogie Cousins before game time tomorrow?
Hey, post game in Puerto Rico is much better.
Boogie Cousins can still play, man. He had like 25 and 19 last night. Hi there. I support Larry. Just the straight support is just always appreciated. 8089er Poole's effort on defense is what I don't get. The dude never bends his knees and just tries to steal the ball and gets blown by. He's a cone out there.
Yeah, he is.
He's not a good defender. I'm not sure. I mean, which is amazing because it really is just about attitude, because he's got quickness. He shows it on the offensive end. He just doesn't show any lateral quickness to keep his body in front of anybody. Ray says NBC Sports Bay Area reporting tension in the locker room surrounding Jordan Poole. Is that possible?
I think I think Ray didn't listen to a report and read a tweet without listening to the report. The report was from Kareth Burke, and she was laying out the scene in the Warrior locker room as reporters approached Jordan Poole as having a lot of tension because there was some music playing and a couple of reporters went up to Poole. I think Tim Kawakami went up to Poole, asked him if he wanted to talk. Poole said he did not want to talk, had nothing to say. Kawakami, I guess, left, and then Poole decided that he was going to talk to other reporters, but then turned the music off. And so basically, as the group of reporters, small group, had surrounded Poole, and again, this is I'm quoting this or paraphrasing this from what I actually watched Kareth's video of her stand-up. So I'm paraphrasing what she said that I think was misrepresented maybe by this comment, that basically the music got turned off and everybody in the locker room at that point, it was kind of this surreal moment where it was a small locker room and like Andrew Wiggins and all, like basically every other player could hear the Q&A. And so it was just like super tense because Poole didn't want to talk. And yet not only was
he was like on stage.
Yeah, it was like he was on stage. It was just, I guess it was more of kind of an awkward tension than other players being upset with. It wasn't a report necessarily that other players are upset with Poole or whatever.
Gotcha.
Hey, you
A lot
guys
of
want to
drama.
see something real quick? I'll show you why
Kenny,
there's
keep
such
your
a
porn off of my show.
Yeah, why there's
I've worked
such a
too hard to develop this channel.
discrepancy in the free throws. This is DiVincenzo getting an N1 and they didn't call it. Look at Davis clobber his elbow. Watch this. Boom. That's the shot he made. Total N1, and they just let it go. I mean, he just smacked his left elbow. Like, how do the Lakers get all these calls every time they go down?
Well, you're going to get some. You're not going to get some. But
the obvious.
No, I hear you. Yeah,
the
I mean, I
obvious?
agree with you on that one.
Unbelievable.
Ray Barrio says Krug is the classic realist. Respect. Thank you. Grilled Cheese says, I'd love to replace Myers and Kerr with the John Barry and Brent Barry. Okay.
Actually know them pretty well.
Something tells me those guys would be viable options if the coach and GM weren't going forward. I could see John and Brent being great options. How happy would Rick be? Oh my God, it'd be amazing for Rick. Green glass full. Can't wait till Larry switches back to football. Thank you. Tammy McDaniel, Larry, you're killing it with this take. And since I put it as a starred chat hours ago, who the hell knows what the take was?
I think you were saying when you said I made a great point.
Yeah, that was it. It was a great take. Salty Larry is the best in my opinion. Thank you. Wouldn't be a live stream if we didn't have somebody say trade Trey. We've got this one from Yacht saying, I love this show. Chris Hansen jumping in with Poole turned his comments off on Instagram. JD, can you confirm?
I cannot confirm. I suppose I could look and confirm, but I cannot confirm that. That makes sense.
Those are all good signs, though. That just means he plans on really just going into himself, focusing on what he needs to do and handling the adversity personally. And I expect him to come out and play well in Game 5.
Yeah, I think there is something to Poole hearing all the noise. Like I think that has affected him, and I think he's allowed it. I think he's gotten caught up in the blame and being upset and frustrated with the fact that he's getting the blame. I think he has been somebody that's reading the comments and listening to the shows and all of that. I think
Here be my message, Jordan. Don't.
Yeah,
don't.
He's young. And you know what? There's a lot of accolades that come with, pool party and cooking. And I mean, it's amazing the fall from the Warrior fan base. I mean, he was as popular,
the toast of the town,
as any young player I could ever imagine. I thought it was even a little too quick. Like it was a little like Kuminga for me in a way. Like, wow, they love this dude because he's got a little flash and dash to his game. And I was but he backed it up and obviously became a really productive player for them and they paid him. But now it's like, it's just flipped fast.
I'd rather have Lou Dort in a trade. Joe Schmo, why can't we get an easy 2?
They did quite a bit.
Talk about Steph on that shot.
Maybe at the end of the game. I think JD, they were exhausted.
Listening to this show, Val Ramos with a, excuse me, Montez beating out Sam Darnold. That's Steven Montez. Strikeout. That's Niner rookie camp stuff. Subscribe before you sleep, y'all, as opposed to after. Kay Adams was courtside. If that doesn't get Poole going, nothing will. That's a sexist, terrible comment. I can't endorse that. Bay Area Music Glenn says Giants are headed to the cellar. Danny, it's your territory.
They're on their way. Colorado's been winning.
Yes, I concur. Eric L. Kerr lost the locker room. JD?
No.
Not
even close.
Yeah. That was back to the cellar. Shantae Ortega, great show.
Nice.
Very succinct. Val Ramos, Larry going hard 3 hours plus. Let's go.
We were going to 11, and here it is almost closer to
Yeah,
2.
Larry, I got a bone to pick, man. You're like, I don't think we're going till midnight tonight, so I didn't even click the link at midnight, and then you're like, hey, we're still going at 12:20.
I realized I'm like false advertising. Then I'm also thinking, you know what? JD's, I know, got a bunch of great things to say about this, and I know the audience will
What
love
time's
it.
your flight tomorrow, JD?
11:45. So I got a little time.
11:45.
Just stay up all night.
A
Just do the
little
shit.
earlier than I
Do
would
you-
like.
What do you get for dinner, man? Are you? I mean, it's late. I mean, do you go? Can you room service or?
I'm good. I ate a little before the game, but I'm gonna try to go to the pantry here in downtown Los Angeles. I think it's on Figueroa. It's a couple blocks away from where I'm at. Good diner, good
For breakfast, you mean?
breakfast. Yeah, great breakfast food spot, real close by. So I'm gonna try to get up early and do that before the flight and get everything. I'm pretty well
Do
packed.
you
up.
like traveling, by the way? You travel for 95.7. You're traveling with the Warriors. You travel during the Niners season. Do you enjoy the travel? And what's your favorite town that you've been to so far, traveling, covering sports?
I do love to travel, and I've been blessed. I mean, in the last decade to cover multiple Super Bowls and all these NBA finals and all of that. I mean, it's been terrific. My favorite cities, Chicago, Boston, Denver, Miami. I like just about everywhere.
How about Toronto?
What's that?
Toronto.
Oh, Toronto was amazing. Toronto, yes. Toronto. It's funny. Toronto.
NFL days.
Toronto was right up there. Yeah, Toronto.
You haven't been anywhere till you've been to Winnipeg.
I like Seattle too. I like going up to Seattle for the Niners. I've had a couple of those trips. Seattle.
I saw the Rolling Stones in Winnipeg one time. I literally was the only person standing and clapping. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? What's going on in Winnipeg? Let's get off our butts. And it's the Stones. I was like, no, nobody. People sat.
You may be traveling into Seattle in a couple of years for NBA games. I think they'll get a franchise maybe in a couple of years, 2-3 years when they expand.
I hope so. I really do. As a young guy coming up, I actually covered the last playoff series that the Sonics won because it was against the Kings, and I was covering the Kings for their flagship station back in 2005.
Wow.
Yeah. They beat the Kings and then lost to the Spurs. That was a Ray Allen, Nate McMillan coached, Ray Allen led.
Were you like in grade school?
I was early 20s.
Wow.
I was early 20s.
You haven't aged much.
At that point. Yeah, I was early 20s. But yeah, that was appreciate that, Carl. Yeah, I know sometimes I'll drop something like, oh yeah, I covered that series, and they'll be like, how the hell did you cover that? I'll be like, I'm a little older than you think. But,
Eddie Cases, Larry didn't even said at the beginning that he didn't have an hour in him at the start. Do you guys remember that at the very start? I'm like,
I do. Yeah, I don't
think I could probably do an hour.
Did you guys talk at all or get the wind of like everybody got like that was the other part of the night and part of why I was delayed and didn't initially check in with you at midnight. They evacuated the arena.
Really?
Post game. And so, yeah, I still haven't read an account of what was going on as to the reason why, but I got a couple of text messages from some other media members. I was up in the rafters in one of the hockey booths up at the top of the arena doing the post-game show. And it was about 11 o'clock. So I was maybe an hour or so in, a little more than an hour in. And I started getting text messages like, hey, they're going to evacuate. Like they're telling everybody they have to leave. And I'm like,
wow,
like, what is that? And I guess it happened right when Steph was doing his post-game press conference. So he got about 5-6 minutes in, and I think they got wind to Raymond Ritter and the traveling party with the Warriors and said, hey, we got to move this thing along. And I guess they packed everything up and headed to the bus, maybe a little quicker than normal. And then they told everybody that was down in the press conference room and in the media workroom, a lot of the writers, that we want to evacuate or at least put you off in this one end of the building. And then I'm thinking I'm up here and I'm getting these messages. I'm doing a solo show And it's hard to communicate with everybody. I'm thinking, it's one of those things where, when the fire alarm gets pulled, it's like, all right, do we really have to leave? Is this just a test? Or, and so you kind of stay put. And then about 5 minutes later, security came up from, like, he was doing a sweep of the whole building. And so I was the only guy left up in this top deck. And the security guy says, hey, he kind of motions to me, and I'm like, all right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break. And he says, yeah, we're having everybody leave. There's something. He didn't say what it was. I asked him, I said, do you know, can you not tell me? And he goes, no, they haven't told us, but they want to clear the building. So I ended up taking a break, playing the Steve Kerr press conference. Luckily, I was close enough to where I could get back to the hotel in about 12 minutes or so. So we played a break, played the Kerr press conference, and then I picked up the postgame show from the hotel and did the last 40 minutes of the postgame show from here. So yeah, kind of a weird night in that respect.
Wow.
Seriously.
I hope it wasn't an active shooter.
It doesn't sound like it. I haven't seen any reports to indicate that. That was kind of what I was wondering about it. Yeah, especially with so much of that sadly going on everywhere.
Really tough game, but man, we did a great job talking about this one tonight. And I will say this, just looking at the Lakers in this series, I viewed them as an old team, and now looking at them, they've got so many guys who are playing really well right now, and it just seems like I do think the Warriors get game 5. And then it just comes down to the first half of game 6, and they're going to need a really strong performance. If you told me it was going 7, I wouldn't be shocked. But at the same time, part of me thinks it may end in the next game, just from the standpoint of, look at what these teams have done this year, even beyond this series. The Lakers have had the upper hand against the Warriors all year. So is this suddenly going to reverse itself at this point? You know what they say, the hardest win to get is that final win against a truly great champion. So the Warriors are not going to go down easy, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what my prediction is for the rest of this series. I guess I would probably say, if you make me predict what I think is going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors lost the next game, even though we're all expecting them to win it and maybe even win it decisively. But I don't know if this thing's going to come to an end. I can't picture, if it doesn't end there, is it going to end the next game in game 6? I guess that would be the most likely, but I don't know. I mean, the Warriors could easily fire in that one, and then it's game 7 at home. Kind of like the Warriors in that one. So, it's like you look at this and you're like, wait a second, it's really just about this game 5. If they can get this game 5, the whole momentum of the series, flips back to the Warriors in some regard. What do you guys think? I mean, let's predict on the way out the door here. What does the rest of this series look like? Does it go long? Is it over next game? What are you guys thinking?
I think the Warriors are winning the next game as long as the Warriors are still together enough to fight. Like that is the question, I think, over the next 48 hours is, are they still together enough to fight? And I think they are, but with some of the conversation this past week about certain players being unhappy with their roles or their playing time, or the disease of me or the disease of more, right? From Pat Riley, is that infiltrated this thing to a point where when you lose, everything goes awry? Like that I think is a big question. But assuming that they are, and I don't think Steph Curry's going to want to let them go out in a game 5 at home 4-1. And so, I like their chances to win game 5. I really do, as long as they are still in it to, for the long haul, so to speak. And then game 6 becomes a combination of, I think, game 3 and game 4. And what I mean by that is you did some things well, but you also allowed the big run that buried you in game 3. You can't have that happen in a game 6. And you just have to execute more soundly, more consistently throughout the game and down the stretch, which they did not do in this game 4 in game 6. But I think I mean, they've won a road playoff game in every single series that Steph and Clay and Draymond have played in together. It's 28 straight. It goes back 10 years. And, we've seen them win massive game 7s on the road. We've seen them win the Oklahoma City game 6. Maybe it's just too much to overcome this time, but to me, it's all game 6. Like, I think they're going to get 5. And I think if they get to 7, they're going to get 7. So to me, as fragile as it seems, and a lot of people are thinking they're done, if they can, to me, it's all back here Friday night at Crypto, and can they get that one win? Because I think they're going to get the other 2 as long as those games are played.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Exactly. I think it's all depends on game 6. I believe they get game 5. Who knows? Maybe you get Clay game 6 comes out. He finally has the game he's dreamed of having at the Crypto, or I always call it the Forum, but in front of his dad, and brings out the the Kobe moment he's always wanted to have. Maybe that happens, or maybe Draymond steps over LeBron and LeBron strikes him, hits him in the nuts, gets suspended for game 6. And then Andre blocks LeBron's layup at the.
They really need AD to get suspended. That's what they really need.
Hey, anything can happen. I'm not going to wish anybody to be injured, but, injuries do happen.
Oh,
and
stop.
I'm just saying it could happen in game 5 where AD, he falls all the time.
Dan's going to get hit by a bus tomorrow in Chandler.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying it could change the course of a series if somebody, I was worried that Draymond, did get concussed. I mean, that's pretty bad when you slam your head coming that high off the floor, the back of your head. Hopefully he's okay, because a lot of times guys have problems the next day,
Yeah, no question. Carl, your thought on what we may see. What's your prediction on the rest of the series?
All right. Coach Carl is now talking.
Wait. Should we need that sounds like a configuration change. Hold on a second.
Carl.
Wait a second. Let's move the configuration. We've all right. Let's just
Coach Carl is now talking.
All right, look at this.
I can't see past game 5. I can't see past the first play of game 5. That's all I care about. That's all I'm focused on. I have no concerns about legacy. I have no concerns about contracts or free agents or what young players need to develop. I'm cobbling together a game plan with our coaches that we're going to deliver to our players in order for us to get a win at home, down in a series, but only focused on trying to get one win. That's it. Everything else is immaterial because none of it matters. And I think that's going to be the approach that Steve Kerr and his staff are going to take. And I think they're going to go into game 5 with a cutthroat mentality, but I hope it is a knockdown, drag out, fourth quarter. You have to execute. You have to play smart and do all the little things to get a W. That's what I want to see. I want to see people on pins and needles in game 5. I went to game 7 in 2016. I was in the arena. I saw what happened. I was down on the floor with Phil Handy and Kyrie Irving prior to the game, with him practicing 250 of those jump shots from each side of the floor before the game. And then when he got a chance to dance on Steph, he danced on Steph, hit that game-winning shot, and was able to steal victory from the jaws of defeat. I want to see the Warriors have that same kind of opportunity in game 5.
Sorry, LAL says I'm a hypocrite. I didn't wish LAL. I didn't wish anybody to be injured. I said it could happen.
Oh, it was bad form. It was terrible. Yeah. You're right, LAL. Yeah. He's a terrible human being. Let me just say this.
LAL's back.
LAL's back.
You're lucky you're not a subscriber on my channel.
This guy's like it's like a roach, just like refuses to go away. No, we're just joking, LAL. I'm not. But we did ban you before, and it is amazing that somehow you found your way back.
He found his way back.
Because I did hit ban. So I got to double check. Maybe
Call
it doesn't take effect.
I didn't wish anybody to be injured, dude.
Danny is most definitely a hypocrite. You have him spot on. All right. Let me just say this. I like the game plan they had tonight. I just want to see GP2 utilized in the second half of the game 5 against whoever is rolling. And I would love to see the Warriors, instead of kind of spreading the ball around. I know they like to spread it around to Wiggins and to Clay and to Poole. I'd like to see Steph take a huge percentage of the shots, and I'd like to see them work for those shots. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to see them use the other 4 guys on the floor with Steph to free him up for as many shots as possible. Just because I really believe he's on a different level right now. And you look at and anybody who is feeling it, feed him. Because the bottom line is they need alternate scorers, and especially without Poole, it's got to come from somebody that unforeseen. So if Moses Moody's hot, feed him a couple extra shots. But I would love to see the Warriors, really come out with. I liked what they did tonight. I liked GP2. I liked making that extra pass and getting him shots inside. I want to see more of that, but I want to see him also defensively on their key guys in the second half of the game. If you're going to go down with Steph, your best shooter, putting up lots of shots, and your best defender, Gary Payton II, on whatever Laker is going off. And if somehow that's not good enough, I'm fine. I'm good. To me, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Sometimes you're going to get beat by a better team. The Lakers are really deep, and they got a bunch of guys in their prime. Warriors are a little older, a little younger, not as many guys in their prime. That could be a key factor in this series. Seems like it's being a factor. But I just want to see Steph take a huge percentage of the shots, and I'd like to see GP2 utilized strategically in the second half against Alani Walker, against anybody who's going off. I would like to see GP2 on them for 4 or 5 straight possessions, and I'll take my chances. And if they can get this one, then it's all about first half of game 6, and then they got a shot. I mean, I think we all know they've got a shot still, but to me, if they've got a shot. But if you have also told me the Lakers beat them in game 5, I wouldn't be shocked.
Right.
Correct. So, all right, guys. Good stuff. Carl, good to see you, man. Hopefully we'll see you after the next game.
Oh, we'll have some fun.
All right, Carl. Have a great night. Danny.
I had to stand up. Back's killing me, sitting for 4 hours.
Sciatica Dan, we'll see you maybe after game 5.
All right. Have a good night.
Hey, Dan.
There you go. And JD, awesome, man. Love your content. When are you on the game again?
Yeah, I'm on tomorrow. Stallion Guru, I'm getting on that flight, and then I'm going to join them 11 o'clock. I'm on the flight. I'm going to join them in the 1 o'clock hour again, basically right as I land, and then pregame 6 o'clock Wednesday. Post-game till midnight. I know that much, win or lose. Hell, we may even keep it going a little later than midnight on Wednesday, depending upon how things play out and if the people want to talk. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Appreciate you having me. Thanks for hitting me, letting me know you were still on. I should have checked in, and but
no, man, dude, we love having you. One of the hardest working guys in the biz, but your content's awesome. And we'll love listening to you on 95.7 The Game. So keep it rolling, brother. Safe travels. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. Thanks, Larry.
There you go. JD, John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game. Kevin says, excellent show. Thank you very much. It was an excellent show, I may add. All right, let's do this. Let's get a word from our sponsors and a couple last thoughts. Is Terradome going to jump in for a sec? I know Terradome was looming. Terradome, if you're looming, let me know. Jump in if you want for a few minutes. But we're going to play a couple spots, and then we'll get out of here on the Krueger Show. Thanks to our sponsors, New York-style Italian sausage, Telmetrics.co, and, of course, Pig and a Pickle, our title sponsor of the Krueger Show.
up with a Sunday dinner. That means no matter how busy you were, no matter where the hell you were, you came to dinner on a Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday dinner without sausage, it's like a church without God. You know, how can you go to church if you don't believe in God? You know, and along with the sausage also became the discussions. That was discussion night. You know, it wasn't a typical family that you sit there and you're quiet, you know, and you don't talk with a mouthful. Oh no, man. Italians talk when they're eating. Italians even talk when they're sleeping. And definitely we talk with our hands. So if we can't express it through our mouth, through our lips, we express it with our hands. So, and that's what sausage is, really. It's an expression, you know, that life is good.
All right, welcome back to the Krueger Show. Coming down the home stretch here. We are sitting at 17,555 subs. So if you're one of the nearly 250 people still hanging in the room, 4 hours and 1 minute into the beginning of our live stream tonight, hit like and subscribe. If you hit like, that just helps the algorithm have more people find our shows. And of course, if you hit subscribe, you'll just get a little alert. It's free, but you'll get a nice little alert every time we go live. And so that you don't have to ever miss any of our Krueger Show broadcasts. We come on after Niner games, Giant games, Warrior games, and we do a lot of live streams. And we talk a lot of Bay Area sports, a lot on the Niners, of course, a lot on the Warriors during their playoff run. And when the Warrior playoff run is done, we'll talk a little bit more about the San Francisco Giants than we have really over the last couple of months. We haven't done a lot of Giants in the last couple of months, just simply because the Warriors have been hot. We've been doing a lot of football and a lot of draft. Now, later this week, Steve Weish is going to stop by from the NFL Network. Looking forward to that coming up on Thursday. Wednesday, I'm streaming with Wayne Breezy. Tomorrow, I believe I'll be streaming with Vish Kumaran. So we got a full day tomorrow. And then later in the week, Friday, I'm down in Santa Clara for 49er minicamp. We'll bring you all the sights and sounds of the rookie minicamp. And then, of course, I'll be doing live streams over the weekend talking about it. Jesse Naylor's stopping by Thursday night as well. So a lot going on the Krueger Show. Hit like, hit subscribe. And if you want one of the T-shirts, you know, we do have the Krueger Show shirts. They're $35, $25 plus $10 to ship. Just DM me, give me your address, how many you want, and your address, and I'll give you my Venmo, and we can hook it up and have you outfitted in a Krueger Show shirt. And as my 13-year-old would say, Dad, you got merch. You got merch. So there you go. Ashley weighing in the chat. She says, appreciate the show, Larry. Thanks. It's Lakers in 6. But I hope I'm wrong. Ashley with another one. Curry was great, but when does he get tired if they continue to not help him? Yeah, he looks tired. And then she says, Poole did indeed turn off his comments. Hope his teammates and Kerr try to prop him up. Need his points and Wiggins and Clay to show up way more. This was a great GP2 game. I don't know if he repeats it. I hope he does. They're going to need GP2 for sure to play well the rest of this series. All right. And Kevin going, thank you. Excellent show. Thank you very much. Thanks to all you guys. Great show. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, hit like, hit subscribe. If you want a t-shirt, let me know. Tune in tomorrow. We'll have a lot more for you on the Krueger Show. Until then, peace.
Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back.